Discovery, go at throttle up.
What's going on, everybody? How we doing? Welcome to part 36 of the Crew Cab Charger build. My car build to, or the car building content where we try to fix this, well, titanically rusty vehicle and make it a good shell to build a cool car on. Good description, man. Great start. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing well. You know, it's just fine. Feeling optimistic about the trunk pan being welded in by the end of the month. I gotta get the shell solid again, dude. We have to do more work. I really can't work on it more than... I really shouldn't work on it. I should work on it more than 1 day a week. I'm thinking as I get back into the regular schedule and we ramp up a little bit, I do have more free time in the mornings. It's not for a good reason. I have more free time in the mornings because my dog, I'm not going to say this in case someone's watching with their dog. You know, I take Titan for a WALK and make sure he gets his exercise. Okay? Like I, play with, I said it out loud, PLAY with the DOG in the backyard. That's what I usually do. But Titan has to stay still. He has to stay in his crate, which really sucks. He's so bummed about it, and that sucks. But, yeah, so I have a lot more free time. And I'm going to have a lot more free time until he gets better, until he finally... Basically, when he gets better, we gotta start jaunting him again. I say jaunt instead of WALK because if you own a dog, you know what I'm talking about. So you take him for the Pantera song? Yes, precisely. How's your throat doing? I'm good, Snake. Yeah. You made me think about coughing, so I coughed. That's weird. Don't do that again. Yeah, I'm good. Voice is good. I got plenty of cough drops here. Honey cough drops to keep the voice box going correctly. Yeah. We should be good. So, what were we saying? So yeah, I have more times in the I have more time in the mornings as we ramp up. We'll start working on the car multiple times during the day. I basically want to work on it for a couple hours in the morning and then get to streaming. Anyway, YouTube chat, how you guys doing over there? Cool. So today what we're working on is trunk alignment and more trunk alignment. On the space side of things, we did get a Starlink launch this morning. Starlink 10-22 took off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Slick 40, with 28 V2 minis. And that booster was 1083 flying on its 14th time. Landed on a short fall of gravitas. Everything was good. We'll talk more about that for space news. We're going to start space news at 5 today. There was there's stuff to talk about today. Jim Bridenstine gave a former NASA administrator gave a testimony in a Senate meeting that is particularly spicy. And we'll talk about program architectures and stuff. Should be fun. You do sound a lot better. Yes. Trunk alignment and trunk alignment accessories. So I have some stuff to say. I don't know. Maybe we'll talk through it and try to figure out what's going on. I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm gonna keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. All right. I miss Jim. Ooh, he had some scathing things to say about NASA, Rarest. Yeah, I mean, I do too. It would have been nice to get him for, another term as administrator. I think he would have done good things, but L from him in your opinion. Sledge, the short story about this is that I understand where he's coming from and I agree what he's saying, but your conclusions were all wrong. NASA acted stupidly. What books have you wrote, Jim? I've read these books. Your conclusions were all wrong. Let's send the mission to the moon. One launch only. Elfish, it talks about our program architectures and how, we're basically beating the space race drum, which it is what it is. Anyway, we'll talk more about that in about 5 hours. But for now, we are going to go... What Does it always take a second to load up the stupid camera? Go! Hey. All right. We're going out in the shop, and I was testing out the cameras. I have new tripods. New tripods showed up at my PO box. So I got new tripods, and I got plenty of clamps, and we got some carbide hole saw bits. So yeah, we should probably take those for a spin today. It should be pretty fun. It's not level. Is it not level? It's kind of level to me. I mean, maybe that way a little bit, but who knows? Anyway. Okay. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. Oh, one more thing. I'm going to just turn on the background chill music. Actually, you know what? We listened to the chill soundtrack yesterday. Let's go to the upbeat stuff. There we go. That should be good. All right. Cool. I'm going to head out there. Be right back. Okay. This is we now good. You don't need to know. Getting 0. Okay, so, I guess that computer just decided to suck today. I'm going to restart it. I still haven't replaced the auto computer out there. I have another computer ready to go. I just got to hook it up. Is it still bad? Is it bad in here, guys? This is fine, right? You can hear me just fine, yeah? Perfect in the office. You're fine in here. Dude, what the heck? Move very slow, then it'll look real. Just restart the computer. I haven't restarted that computer in a little while. PX with a 93-month resub. And Day Arundel had a 4-month resub in there. Thank you very much. It's great in there, no problems. Oops, sorry for caps. What? Okay. You have a different mic in the garage. I have a lapel mic out there, believe it or not. I got to redo the shop PC. We got to put the new computer in there. That computer's basically at its the end of its useful life. Time to put the air compressor to work cleaning out the automotive computer. Yep. All right. Give me one moment. I will be right back. Let's go over here. Actually, no, we can switch back to this. All right. Yeah, we'll put it on the split here and see how this pans out. I'll be right back 1 second. Let me get everything running out there. You know, I spent a good amount of time making sure that everything was in sync before the stream started. And then you go to turn on the stream and then everything goes to heck. I don't know, bro. Move slow, and it's just EJ out there reenacting the $6 Million Man action shots. All right, cool. I'll be right back. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected.
This. That's the third one. No. Ooh. Think like. really understand why. Horrible. Working? You're playing here. Speed is fine. Better, dudes? Better?
And I tell you, I tested all this just a second ago. I mean, I didn't hit the go live button, but I was looking at desync and stuff, and everything was working just fine. You hit that live button and it decided it didn't like it no more, which is strange. Now, that PC out there, dudes, Ethernet is going. Now, like, it's not maxing out or anything. It's not maxing out that Ethernet card, nor is it maxing out the processor. 40% on the processor. Ethernet card is, I mean, it's being used, but it's not maxing out. It worked last week. This exact setup worked last week. The only thing I can think of is maybe updating the NDI plugin. That might do it. That means I'd need to restart OBS here. What was the bandwidth at? 120, I think, Tessa? 120? Shouldn't have tested it. Really, Snake. That's it, man. Yeah. So sorry about this, dudes. I didn't really want to go into troubleshooting mode today. In fact, I made sure that we didn't have to do that. And here we are. I restarted the PC out there and restarted OBS, obviously, with it too. That didn't change anything, which tells me that it might be on this side, which is not great. Try that. Give it a quick clean out and a restart to the shop PC. All right, it's Creation, and I've already restarted it, man. I don't think blowing it out is going to change much, dude, at this point. I don't think it's on the shop PC's end for a change, which is very strange. Everything on the shop PC, like the playback and everything, looks crystal clear. Like, I see very fluid movements on the OBS playback over there, which is very weird. This is that's a very weird problem. I'm not 100% sure what is going on. I just putzed around with the NDI settings over here, and we'll see if that changes anything. There's RTMP. Yeah. All right, hold on a second, dudes. What I can do is let me go to distro, the distro thing, check for an update. We are, oh, okay. All right. This PC, because I just installed everything on Rusty, had the most updated version of distro, of the NDI plugin. That one out there, I just updated to the right one, which is interesting. Version mismatch does cause this problem. I know that, but now how do we get it to realize that they're both synced up? Why are you playing background music? James, what is the context of that question? What, do you not like the background music? Why am I playing background music? So we don't dead air the stream? I don't really understand what? I don't get it. All right. Hold on one second. Did you just match the versions while you were live? I don't understand the question, dude. What? Do we need it? I put background music on because people usually like having background music. You don't want background music, I could keep it dead aired and we could just listen to traffic go by in Starbase Live if you want. I tried restarting OBS on the streaming PC. Maybe it needs to rethink. Okay, if we're going to do that, I'm going to force kill the task so we don't lose connection. This Deadbringer showed me this trick. It's actually a really, I like it. It's a good one. All right, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Did it recover? Okay. I love that trick, dude. That's like that trick is so damn helpful. All right. Now I restarted OBS on the computer and we didn't lose the signal. The signal didn't drop, which is pretty cool. I like that feature. That timeout feature is fantastic. All right. Let's try this again. I'll be right back. Let's get this working. Yeah, sorry, I muted the mic because I was figuring it was going to work. The OBS is on out there, but it's not on. Everything is on out there, but it's not on here, which is annoying. Hold on. Huh. Now it's not showing up as an NDI plugin. Okay, let's try removing it and try making it again. NDI source. I know you love troubleshooting. Isn't this great? Isn't this lovely? This is not car work. Remember when I said like a second ago, like I wanted to, you know, spend more time working on the car? You know what's a really good way to do that? Not working on it. Nothing else, restart OBS in the garage. Restart OBS in the garage. Yeah, I'll get right on that for like the 5th time. Love you, buddy. Okay. I reinstalled the OBS NDI plugin on the other computer and made a new scene here. Let's get that. Go in here like this, go into properties, set it up as garage PC. Okay. Okay, that's looking good. All right. I don't have the Dell box hooked up, dude. Not yet. I didn't get around to it. All the time I spent trying to fix the locking up problem with Rusty was the time we were going to, Arnock and I were going to put that stupid thing in there, but yeah. All right. Let's go out there and let's see if it doesn't chop up a storm. I'll be right back.
to work. Hey, is that
Okay. That's I'm back in the office. That's that's weird. So the NDI plugin is outputting at 1080p and the preview is outputting at 720p. It might be something with scaling it to the 4K, possibly. I don't know. I sent you an alternative jumping on a work call. I know we can do RTMP. I understand that. But what's getting me, dudes, is that this worked. I did part 35 with Ernok where we mocked up the trunk pin and everything for the first time, and this all worked. I haven't changed any settings. At least I don't think. I mean... I don't believe we did. No, it's hard to say. Man, I need a change log. Guys, I don't know. I don't know. This is a very weird thing. I've never seen this before. Have you checked the camera feed? Is it good on your side? It looks crystal clear on my OBS playback, but something is going weird with the encoding. Trunk looking stable. Thank you. Like, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to run out there real quick and I'll run back and I'll see if it shows up funky on the OBS playback. No, it's in real time. That's weird, dude. That's a weird one. Yeah, no, it was choppy on your end, but my OBS playback wasn't choppy. Actually, you know what? Hold up. The behind the scenes view. You guys look. All right? We use the BTS cam because you guys can see the OBS playback over here, okay? Let's switch back over to the garage split. And what I will do is I'll add the behind the scenes camera. Then we will specifically look at the OBS cam or look at the OBS capture on the screen. All right. I know it's a camera capturing a screen being encoded, but you guys should be able to see the difference. If my OBS playback is right? If the OBS playback is right and if the OBS playback is right, if it's not choppy and it's choppy for you guys, that's isolating a problem to the encoder. Okay. So I'm going to run out there. I'm going to jump in front of the car over here. And you guys see, like you guys can see me moving in real time on the playback, right? Dude, this will work. This will work, okay? It's kind of a crappy shot with a crappy camera looking at a screen at a weird angle, but you should be able to see me jumping around. If it shows up nice and smooth like that on the playback, then we know it could be encoding, okay? All right, I'll be right back. What did you see? It was choppy over there. It was choppy on the OBS playback. Both were choppy. Okay. Killer. All right. So we know it's NDI. best stream ever. Someone clipped that. That was awesome. That was fun. It was my Zumba dance for the day. Hey, we needed to move. I don't know. I thought about doing the SpongeBob monkey dance. All right, you just joined. Task, my equipment is not cooperating. The shop cam is very choppy, so we know it's NDI. All right. Let me see the playback. Hold on. Thank you for clipping it. Yeah, I don't know. Does that? It's hard to see it, but does that look too choppy? Have you heard that there is a Windows update that messed with NDI? Haxie, are you sure? Hold on, let me see that again. This doesn't seem that choppy to me.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh. Oh, yeah, it is. It is. It absolutely is. Okay. It's the strangest thing, dude. Can you bring the behind the scenes camera closer? Hey, Wood, 63 month resub. Yeah. All right. I'll bring the I'll add the camera back in and we'll move it closer like what we did before when we were troubleshooting. It's probably going to stop for a second because of the cable, but yeah, there it goes. All right, give me a second. You found Brimo 72 Duster. I think Brimo wants a Duster. Here. We'll put the camera on the Kerbal joystick. There's my streaming dashboard. All right. Let's try this again. Main mod cord, please check. Symptoms of the issue: severe stuttering, lag, and choppy audio video when using NDI. Low frame rate and large number of drop frames. Primary issue affects systems using the default RUDP mode for NDI. What joystick do you use for KSP? Logitech Extreme 3D Pro. All right, let's try it again. Time for more monkey dance. Yay, that settles that. That definitely is Windows. Now I gotta put the behind the scenes camera back. Make sure it still works. There we go. She good. Cool. All right, so you're good at monkey dancing. Thank you. You need to change the NDI receive mode from RDUP to single TCP or UDP in the NDI access manager. Okay. So that would be right here. Yeah, this seems to be a Windows problem, dudes. Windows updates are the only things that we've changed. Okay, so or uninstall update cable. You said that already. Stop it. Stop doing that. Let's try the first thing. The Duster is blue with a black hood. It's a 344 barrel with possibly a 4-speed on the floor. It's 2 towns over from you. How much is it, dude? I don't have any money. Right now, at least. Whoever said to turn off the background music is clearly a Jets fan. They make bad choices and don't like nice things. I mean... yeah, baby. 10K OBO. Yeah, I don't have 10 grand. I mean, that's cool, though. Feel dumb, at least you're smarter than our Secretary of Energy. What is this? Even if you wrap the entire planet in a solar panel, you would only be producing 20% of the global energy. One of the biggest mistakes politicians can make is equating electricity with energy. Okay. I'm trying to troubleshoot. Troubleshooting requires us to be on our game, and it does. We know what it doesn't require, Creeper. It doesn't require us to listen to people that are dumb. What is the context of that statement? Why would you say? Look, I get what he's trying to say, but dude, just. All right, troubleshoot, OBS. So, you need to change the NDI receive mode. Okay, I know how to do it. Quality is so bad in low bandwidth mode. So bad. Look at how hazy that picture is. All right, well, I'll go ahead. It's still chopping, dude. I can tell just from the audio playback in OBS from this microphone. It's not as bad, but it's still pretty bad. Maybe switch that to network source timing. Oh my goodness, what the absolute frick balls. Why would you change this? All right. Testing. No. Testing. Testing. I can see, so guys, in OBS, I can see the audio playback, and I can see the audio playback from the microphone. If it chops out, I can see it go away in my audio playback, but you guys can't hear it. Testing. Testing. Dude, it's so bad. No, it's here. I'll show you.
Setting it low is going, but you're terrible desync. Full desync. Does that work? Does work. It's still cut a little bit. Still cut a little. We're home. Getting the vid's absolutely choppy. If the audio is choppy, the vid's NDI. It's transmitting audio. Oh, dude, we're screwing this up so. Experimental.
This is a lost cause. We've been troubleshooting it for an hour. It's not gonna work. Yeah. I mean, I could roll back Windows on all computers, but I'd have to restart everything to do that. So, you know, that's good. That's truck driving, dude. That's what happens. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not really sure what to do now. Because, dude, even though it's like, it's way better with those weird funky settings, people are just gonna, it's so distracting. Look, if the video is bad, that's one thing. If the sound's chopping out, no good. Like, all the stream is going to be is like, is it choppy for anybody else? Is it choppy? That's just going to be that for the next 4 hours, which really sucks. Damn. Tessa, that's the thing, man. Ripping out the update could screw up other things with the setup. I just got this setup stable. I'm not doing that. No way. Sorry, guys. Can you route audio through your office computer using your office mic or something? Is your room where you are now next to the garage? Yeah. I work in a big industrial building that's in my backyard. My office is a lean-to that's attached to the back of the main shop. So it's the garage is all right. Here, let me go to the behind-the-scenes camera. The garage is right through that wall, right there. Like that's the garage. The car is right there. It's probably about 2 to 3 meters. Well, maybe about 4 to 5 meters in front of me. Maybe it's like right through there. I'd say try to rip the update out of the shop PC. I don't know. Yeah, this is. Yeah, Raiden, it's so annoying. Microsoft and Apple could just make changes to the OS, and every single software dev in the world has to scramble to adjust. Yep. All the Linux people are coming out of the woodwork going, now's my time to shine. Nobody cares about your Linux operating system, all right? Be quiet. I'm blind. I just noticed the Saturn V. Yeah, man. Lego Saturn V up there with a 3D printed tile and then an actual tile, or at least piece of one. I'll work on decorating this more. I have more space posters and metal prints and stuff to put up over here to make this look a little bit nicer. So you stream on your streaming PC also? Yeah, Pigeon, that's all concurrent. I checked that. Can you put your wallpaper in the Discord? Which one? This one? No, not that one. That was YouTube chat. I have the other background picture is that one. That's Rusty. That's the background you guys saw for the longest time. I switched it to this one with Kennard. And I gotta bring YouTube chat back up. If you hold your door open to the garage, can we still hear you with the sound with the microphone that's on your shirt? So I could pipe the audio to this. That ain't no thing, dude. That's no problem. I could pipe it right into my mixer. Oh, you guys can't see that. That's what I mean about changing this. I could pipe it into my mixer. That's not a big deal. That's no problem. But I'm gonna shut this off so we don't waste the battery. That's video. Video is gonna be a little bit annoying. I have an HDMI. Let me think. How would we do this? Okay. I mean, I could think of a way to jerry-rig the cameras, but yeah. I mean, I have the stuff to do it. I have another capture card that we could temporarily plug in, the Elgato 4KX. I have that, and we could plug that into Rusty, and then I could plug my camera output that would go into the shop PC's HDMI capture into the 4KX, into the computer, and capture it as an OBS scene. That would work. Clayton, your father worked on Enterprise. He helped design the hydraulic system for the landing gear and a few other systems that have hydraulics. That's cool, Clayton. Neat. That could work. I think I have a long HDMI cable, Clayton. I'm pretty sure I do. I mean, it'd just be a temporary setup for now. How long would that take to set up? 15 minutes? Do your eyes hurt looking into those lights every day? No. not really. It if I don't get enough sleep and I get a headache, then yes, it's awful. But no, you don't really. I mean, I have the hat, dude. I mean, that's kind of a plus of wearing the hat. My eyes are not. They're blocking out the light. See that? Kind of a little trick that you can use because the lights are up there, you know. But yeah, good question. But yeah, if it's not if yeah, it's fine. It's not noticeable. That camera doesn't makes the light look a lot more intense than it actually is. It's because that camera's old. Uh, it's really soft lighting. So think like LEDs. It's very soft light. It's not bothersome. My old lights that I used they were studio LED lights, which I removed those from the setup when we changed it to prevent heat. Um, okay, I suppose the first thing we'll do is test the audio. I can jerry rig this setup. That's fine, and it shouldn't be too much of a big deal. What I would need to find is to get this microphone working, dudes. I need to find a 1/4" 235 adapter. Give me 1 sec. All my cables are down here. The BTS cam might go. Give me a moment. I conk out the box full of the right kind of cables down here. Come on. Stereo in. So I have double 1/4". Do we have a stereo input? Stereo input on 5 and 6. Yeah, that'll work. Stereo input on 5 and 6. Need to go to the base station here. Have you had this problem before? No, Jens, it's Windows. Windows screwed the NDI plugin up because they suck. Yeah, lovely. What I don't get, dudes, is that it was working just fine. It was working just fine right before I hit the live button. In fact, I went out into the shop and tested all the cameras and set up new tripods and stuff. You know, here I am thinking I was gonna get a hold on the day, right? Like, oh, I'm gonna be prepared this time. Nope. 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 Can you make a rollback recovery? Well, yeah, of course I can, but why would I risk screwing up my entire setup just to fix the shop PC? That's not a good solution. I just got this damn thing stable. Rusty was locking up, remember? Why would I change this? I'm not changing this just to make the auto PC work. Hell no. I don't need another week of downtime. You know what? This is a shorter stereo cable. So. How you doing? Oregon Windows today, but it's okay. It's all right. Ring and tip. Stereo auxiliary returns. Left mono 1 and 2. Line in 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2. All right. Let me see if we can get the audio working first before I even go any further. All right, here's the base station. Here's the base station for the audio. Let's plug base station output into input 5.6. Guys, headphone users, all right? I don't know what this microphone is going to do through this receiver. Turn your volume down. Okay. All right, I'm going to mute the main mic. Okay, I'm going to mute the main mic.
All right. All right. Are you hearing me? Does this work? I switched mics. Does it work? Levels are good, loud and clear. Excellent. Excellent. Very nice. All right. So yeah, if anybody's wondering what went wrong here, Windows had an update and the update screwed with NDI. So I have all these computers, including my shop PC, are going into a switch. The switch is behind here. You can't see it. It's behind everything. I can see it through the monitor crack right there. That's on purpose. I did that so I could see the network functionality through the monitors, right? I have my PC, I have another PC out in my garage, and it's also has a line in going into that switch. And the switch obviously is line in coming from my modem that's in the house, right? So, I capture OBS through the LAN, through the local area network on that switch. I capture the OBS output from the shop computer to here. Why did we originally do that? We did that so I can move to working in the shop to working in the office seamlessly without having to restart OBS at all. That's the reason why we did it. Windows did an update that screwed NDI. It screwed my NDI plugin. And yeah, that's annoying. So, fellas, I'm going to try something weird. You guys tell me if you get feedback here. I'm going to try to plug in the base station into power. It probably is going to feedback because we don't have a grounding loop. But the mixer is grounded out on a travel adapter, believe it or not. So this might work. Hold on. Is there feedback? Is there a buzzing noise at all? Slight buzz? Yep. Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to see if that would work. If I get a battery pack or have it isolated on its own power loop, that should fix that problem, but it's fine. It's fine. It's working. We'd have to ground this out on the travel adapter too. Because yeah, it's making a grounding loop because that computer is capturing the audio. And if you power the base station on the same unit on the same circuit that's capturing audio, it'll screw up unless you have a grounding loop. Unless there's that cable that Aqualex gave me. Hold on. It's in here somewhere. I just found it the other day. Where did it go? I had it. Where'd you put it, chat? Ah, there it is. Is that HDMI 4K? Yes, it is. All right, that's not going to work. That's mini HDMI 4K. Crap. Nice cable, though. You ate it? Oh, all right. Well, now the next thing that we have to do is, I mean, I got remote audio now, which is good. RTMP would very likely be only a software-only solution that requires none of the rewiring, though. I mean, we could try it if you want. It's supposed to be an automotive stream, not working on the setup stream, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right. Let's does it sync to the camera? It should. It should be fine. It should sync to this camera okay. You'd set RTMP as a target on the garage, go live, and then use the same source as the streaming PC. All right, well, that's good to know. I believe in Joe yeah, all systems. The only thing I'm really worried about is overloading that PC. I'm looking at the behind-the-scenes camera like it's still the camera that's working. The only thing I'd be worried about is if that thing's encoding an RTMP out, it might, yeah, it might be poo-poo. RTMP is lighter than NDI by a lot. All right. All right, let's, yeah, I mean, switching the audio to back out there takes 2 seconds anyway. But I do like having it on the switchboard. That's actually pretty cool. I don't mind that. And it keeps the microphones in here instead of out in the shop, so they don't get beat up out there. That CPU has a quick sync encoder for H.264. Up to you, man. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do that. If it's a software solution, let's do it. Yeah, that's fine. And this mic is behind the compressor too. I actually like the audio piping through here. If we could get audio from the mixer to sync up with an RTMP feed, which might be a little bit difficult, if we could get it to do that, that would be actually pretty sick. Because that would put the power tools behind the compressor. So we wouldn't blow people's ears out with the power tools. Not that I couldn't put a compressor out there, but... Anyway, Gold Fever. Why are balloons so expensive nowadays? I guess it's because of inflation. Okay. 16-month resub. Thank you. 16 hard-earned months on my part, apparently. Please don't melt the PC. I don't think we would. All right. Let's... So all systems... that link that you sent me, is that outputting to your how do we make an RTMP target? I don't, what is this? What's this? What's this? Why don't you tell me the screen was screwed up? What's wrong with you? I am a headphones fan. Dang, your mic sounds great. The lapel mic sounds better than the shotgun mic? I don't know how to feel about that. Same instance as Excellent Adventure. Sounds as good as the shotgun. All right, all right. Okay. All right, let me think about this for a second then. Slightly worse, but it's actually pretty good. No buzzing sound, clear, and maybe no deep voice, but clear as a diamond plumb. Now I'm wondering if the microphone settings are screwed up on the... Oh. Tanit, the mic input stuff is so... It's... The low, mids, and highs on the equalizer are all screwed up. Oh, we should fix that. We should fix that. All the settings on the mix board for my shotgun mic are terrible. These are all set to default right now. Huh. Even the overdrive is pretty... Oh, we're way underdriven on the shotgun mic. I'll have to fix that later. Yeah, we're super underdriven on that. The mids are all set to like... The mid, low, and high on the equalizer for mic 1 is set to like -5. That's bad. It's super underdriven. Whatever. Okay. Let's think about this for a second. Yeah, Couchy, I'll get to working on the car in a second. We're having some problems with the NDI plugin. So, all right, all systems. I'm gonna go out into the shop real quick. We'll. I mean, it's gonna be choppy when I go out there, but I will set the RTMP feed on that OBS. Do you have any suggestions on how to learn the basics of audio engineering? Learn by doing it, Dean. Learn by doing it. That's what I did. I'm not a sound engineer, but I know clear good audio when I see it. The problem is it's just not, you know, when you're streaming for 10 hours on a day-to-day basis, you know, perfect crystal clear audio is not necessarily my highest priority. And that, you know, sometimes you blow people's ears out. We have a lot of varying noises that stream, so it's hard to balance the audio over a huge spectrum like that. That's why that gets difficult. I mean, like, what gain and equalizer? Okay, so I will tell you, well, I'm okay. All right. I will tell you, well, I'm out there setting up the feeds. I'll be right back 1 second. All right. I'm on the remote mic, so you should still be able, the audio should be clear out here. But the picture should be just absolutely terrible. Yeah, the audio should be really nice now. Pictures like a security camera. Yep, okay. All right, let me fire up Discord here. It should be, yeah, it should be, it's choppy, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, BY, tier 1 6 months in advance, 82 months total. Thanks, man. All right, all systems. Let's put this solution in work. What should be put as the server target, man? Send me it in the Discord. It's like a 1920s newsreel. Yeah, Techno. I know that you're not getting good sync here. All I care about right now is that you guys can hear what the heck I'm saying. Just to let you know, I don't mind, okay. Are you by chance doing a trunk pan alignment? Yes, Baron, I am, but my video equipment is not working correctly. But yeah, what I'm going to end up doing today, once we get this figured out, is align the trunk. And then we're going to take it out, and then we're going to align it again. And then we're going to align it again, and again, and again, and again. All right, so we're outputting our TMP now. Pan alignment hell. Yeah, Baron, it happens. I'll show you when we get to that point. I patched the frame rails hard on this. I did not replace them. I patched them. So, yeah, making sure all that jives with the trunk pan is a lot of work. We're going to need to get the hammer out. The frame rails did come out okay. Not bad considering I've never done that before. But yeah, and to be honest, this is all, like, just on, we'll actually talk about the car during the damn car stream. To be honest, this is all, it's jiving pretty well. I got most of it pretty damn aligned just because, well, one, I'm anal retentive about measuring things, but that's another story. Okay. All right, so the RTMP feed from that computer is outputting. Now I just need an RTMP capture on my main computer. Okay, give me 1 second. All right, so get rid of that. Movement is smooth, okay. Come on, baby. Come on. Nope, it didn't like that. Okay. Hang on 1 sec. Let me... I just want to make sure it doesn't output something that you guys don't need to see. Should you capture it as a browser source? How much in a super chat to see what we aren't supposed to see? It's no, that's not how that works. All right, let's see. Hey, all right. This is quite actually the most roundabout way of doing this, but it'll work. Ooh, it's pretty clear too. That's nice. We should probably put me in front of it. Let me... Good. That's actually pretty clean, dude. Here, look at it compared to camera 1, camera 2. No, hey, come back here. Give it a second. RTMP feeds sometimes take a second to get going. Don't worry, the next Windows update will make sure this doesn't work either. All right. Okay. I am going to take the mic base station and bring it out there. We'll just pipe it through this way, and this should come through. I got to remember how this works. Did you minimize the network buffer? Network buffering is, I mean, it's at 2 megabytes, dude. It's gone. Perhaps now? Okay. There's no way we're going to get this to sync with the audio coming from the base station unless we put a delay in. I am going to switch back over to the shotgun mic here, and then I'm going to replug my base station in out there. I'll be right back.
Okay, we're back over onto the shotgun mic. Let me get rid of the audio here. Put that over there like that. And I'll take the base station out there and we'll see if it comes through. That should fix this problem. Hopefully. Right, well, that's one. Now, wait. Okay, so that's way better, but the shop RTMP feed is not outputting.
Okay.
Oh, that's super delayed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. Well, that's one. Now, wait. Okay, so that's way better, but The shop RTMP feed is not outputting. Oh, that's super delayed.
I changed the network buffering. Give me 1 second.
Test. Oh boy.
I don't know, man. That audio is terrible. Are you feeding to the internet and back to you? Yeah, I'm feeding through all systems RTMP servers, so it's going to him, coming back to me, and then encoding out to you. That's why there's a super delay on it. But see, here's the thing. Well, we had a minimal delay during Adventure with that same setup, though. Yeah. I mean, this is the delay. That's because all systems, that's because we are going right to the RTMP server and the RTMP server was outputting right to Twitch. With this, the feed's going to the RTMP server. RTMP server is coming back to my computer, encoding out of my computer, and then going back to Twitch. That's why we're getting a delay. The audio was fine before. Can you change it back? Well, yeah, of course I can, Raiden, but if I changed it back, the video is going to be 20 seconds out of sync with the audio. Packets have to pay tariffs. Nice. It's not even in Canada. Oh, well, that's good. Um, I mean, can you just fall back on adding a delay? Yeah, here, hold up. Packets have to pay tariffs. Nice. Not even in Canada. Well, that's good. Um, I mean,
fall back on adding a delay. Yeah, here, hold up. All right. How's that? Is that better? I reconfigured some of the audio output settings on the shop PC. It should be a lot better now. Okay, how's that? This is how I wanted to spend my afternoon dialing my stupid setup in. This is great. Lovely.
I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on with that, dudes. Um, we'd have to sit there and dial in the streaming settings. Uh, the delay is getting better. How frustrating. Yeah, I'm a little pissed, but what are you gonna do? This one works, yeah, because I'm back in the office, dude. I'm back on the main setup. Um, the delay was getting closer, but the audio was terrible. I mean, I'll try to tweak it a couple more times, see what I can do. Okay, all systems. I see it. I'll be right back. Another solution and work.
Okay. How's that? Anything? Anything? Hello? Hello? Testing? Testing?
All right. I am gonna switch us back over to the lapel mic on the base station here.
Is that good? Is that better? We're on the Yeah, okay, that's working.
Discovery, go
Flimo!
at throttle up.
60-month resub. Sorry about all this, guys. Windows. I hate having a black box below me that I rely on to do my work, do my business, right? And having that fail without any control. It's really, really goddamn annoying. All right. So how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? Yeah. All right. I need my 4KX, and then I need to 4KX into Rusty. All right. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I got to find a shop cable that's long enough. I mean, you guys should still have audio, but you should just be seeing behind the scenes. Yeah, it's still STEM stuff, dude. I mean, I'm bumming that we're not working on the damn car. Like, I need to make some forward progress with this thing, man. But, you know, hey, it is what it is. I think I have a long HDMI cable here that we can use. I gotta find it though. You guys should be able to hear me rummaging through my very, very detailed and organized filing system. Here we go. Found it. 25 foot. That should be enough. I know this isn't the plan, but we're here supporting you. I appreciate that, guys. I appreciate it. I know you're just seeing a dead copy of my, you're just seeing my desk, but where's that 4KX? I don't know if this cable is going to be long enough, but we will try it and go from there. This is super jank at this point, but and this is going to do exactly what I really didn't want to do. It's going to pillage my mobile streaming setup. Where's the 4KX? Hold on a second here. Where's my Elgator? Ah, there it is. I got it. It's looking for USB-C. Okay. This is like a no-no, pillaging the automotive or the other setup for this, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Huh? What are you gonna do? You guys still hear the cricket? Where's that? There's a USB-C out cable. Cool. All right. So we are not going to have enough. I don't have a cable long enough. There's no way. This is a 25-foot cable. There's no way that's long enough. Oh. Hey, Fluffy, gifted 5. Thanks, man. Yeah, sorry about this, fellas. This sucks. My long HDMI cables are plugged into the cameras. Fluffy, thank you for that 5, dude. I appreciate it. How would we do this? How would we do this? How would we do this with a long enough cable? So, you just need more parts. Yeah. Always. I wonder if I have an HDMI inline. We have an inline coupler. This might fix it. That's an encoder. I'm just pillaging cables at this point, fellas. That cricket's really going hard. You hear that? There's the Elgato inline. Now, if I can just find an HDMI inline, I should be able to do this. The heck is my inline coupler? Almost there. Data, nope. HDMI, that, of course, the bag is empty. No inline coupler. I thought I had an HDMI inline coupler here somewhere, but apparently not. Let me check another box. Inline coupler? Inline coupler? Inline coupler? Nope. Nope. Bunch of QA1 stickers, though. That's cool. There's an old switch. There's an old battery. There's a Ethernet cable. I assure you guys, I have a very advanced filing system. It's a very advanced cable filing system that I use. At least this feels real and I can associate with it. Dude, this sucks. But yeah, there you go. I tested all my setup this morning. Everything was working just fine. Hit the live button. Conked out because, of course it did. They're all just tucked in a tote, right? Yep. Yep. Yeah. Where would I have put an inline HDMI? Fudge. Fudge you. It's not an F-bomb. Fudge you. Fudge you, fudge head. Fudge all y'all. Go fudge yourself. I have every freaking type of cable under the sun here, and except for that, except for an inline. Where would I put an inline? I cleaned the setup. Where would we put it? So right now, I just need a cable long enough to get the 4KX in here. And if I plug the 4KX into there, into Rusty, we should be able to get a garage capture. But I don't have a cable long enough to run from the... I don't seem to have a cable long enough to run from here to the shop. I have a gray HDMI inline adapter. So, you know, you can plug one HDMI cable in and plug one out. That probably is going to bork us on delay, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, you can find every single adapter except the one you need. That's absolutely a thing. Wait, what's this? That's USB-C, USB 3.0A to USB 3.0C. You know, I'm sure that's useful for something. I have USB to micro. I'm sure that's good for something as well. What's this? There's unopened stuff in here. I have a display port to HDMI adapter. I have 1/4 inch to 3.5. We have 1/4 inch to 3.5 adapters again. I have a USB extension. Is it USB 3.0 though? No, it's not. Yeah, it's not. There's the track IR. Meaning to use that. Oh, nice. Yo, USB-A to USB-B or USB. That's the thing that we need for the audio interface to work. Hell yeah. I'm putting that on the audio interface. Hey, that's good news. That's good stuff. Not bad. The HDMI inline connectors in the square hole. Yeah. That's useful. This is bearing fruit. What's this? That's just a battery pack. Oh, nice. There's pins in there and some guitar picks. That's kind of cool. The USB Xbox wire. Oh, score. The Xbox One controller wireless adapter. Nice. That is another thing that I need for my Xbox controller when we play GTA. Hell yeah. All right. Nice. Nice. I'm finding all the stuff that I don't need right now, but will need later. This is great. Yeah, what's this? Oh, wait a minute, fellas. Look, I found an HDMI switcher. We could use this as an extension. This is 4K, right? HDMI 2.0 4K, HDMI switcher. Hey. No Vivitar cable? You don't need to worry about the Vivitar. Dude, I actually went and tweaked the Vivitar and got the camera to not look like complete butthole. All right? Like I actually went in there and messed with it and it doesn't look like dookie. Okay. All right. We're on the right track. This is the Elgato thing. So if I put this repeater, we can use the 3-1 switch. I can use the switcher. Or do we... There should be another thing in here. That's the Stream Deck box. EVID cables. All right. What is this? Ah. This is a Rocketfish 4K Ultra mixer. So I have... Oh, it's a splitter. 1 input, 2 output. We could use either one of these. Nice. I don't know. What do you guys think? Rocketfish HDMI splitter? Or this is a Skeyr, SGEYR, HDMI 2.0 3x1 switch. We could use that as a split. We could use this as a repeater instead of an inline. Yeah, dog. All right. The HDMI switch will work. Your coupling. Yeah. We can use it as an inline repeater. That'll work. All right, that'll work. I like this. This is fun, actually. I'm enjoying this. I don't know why. I shouldn't be. I should be a little pissed off, but, you know, whatever. It's fine. We'll get it. All right. I need to find a power plug for this bad boy. Or this bad boy. Got anything like that in here? No. What's the voltage for this thing calling for? 5 volts DC. Okay, easy peasy. I should have a brick around here that should do that. I said I should have a brick around here that should do that. It should manifest itself. Where are you? I'm hardwiring my cameras right to my streaming computer. That's what I'm doing, dudes. Yeah, we're hardwiring it. We're gonna go right to the south. Give me the south. I'm gonna bypass the network We're going to bypass the network. Marty, we're going to bypass it. Okay, those are the exact same length. These are all 2-meter cables. 2-meter might be good enough. I might be able to make this work. Okay. I'm going to use the Elgato cable because that's a nice cable. Okay, cool. I know, automotive content. So input 1, that should be coming from the setup. Output goes here, and output can go into the 4KX in here, and then I could, if I can get a USB cable long enough, I have an extender, USB 2.0 extender cable here. No, that's USB 3. Chat, where'd you put the damn... there's the 2.0 extender. Perfect. Look at me. I actually coiled it up. Hell yeah, dog. Look at me being all responsible and stuff. So, if you guys are wondering what the hell I'm doing, you're looking for car content. Yeah, I know, car content. Yeah, I have my cameras all in my shop, and the cameras are designed to use an NDI, what's called an NDI output. NDI output broadcasts a signal over the local area network, and then OBS on that computer picks it up. Right? Pretty good stuff. It works. Works pretty good. Yeah, Windows updated and broke it. So, that's good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hardwire all my cameras. All my cameras in the shop are going to an HDMI capture. They're going to an HDMI capture on the shop PC out there, right? And the HDMI capture goes into an HDMI capture card on the shop PC. I'm just going to unplug all the camera output and the HDMI that goes from my camera switcher into the shop PC. I'm just going to unplug that and plug that into a 4K capture card going into my encoding rig, which is behind my monitors. I don't have a cable long enough. Oh, come on back now. Why? I don't have a cable long enough to get an HDMI run all the way in here. So I'm going to use an HDMI switcher as a repeater and have that go into the 4KX. And the 4KX can go into my encoding PC. That should wire my shop cameras directly into my encoding PC. It's a little more complicated, but it's going to work. I'll be right back. I mean, this is going to be caca, but it's going to be a caca poo-poo setup. Do you guys know the caca poo-poo? Let me see. Okay. It's going to work. Famous last words. Shut up. The cable will be short 2 inches. Don't you put that evil on me, fool. Don't you put that evil on me. What did I do to deserve that? I'm trying to get you the content that you did. You suck. You jackass. Hey, Gilmore. You suck. You jackass. Short 2 inches, story of your life. Oof.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. Who was that? Don's. 3 months. Space. Yeah, well, I'm working on that. We're working on it. Working on it. We must be resourceful. Okay. All right. 4KX needs to go. Needs to go into the back of the computer. Needs to go, yeah, we need to go into the back of the computer. All right, so where's the USB 3.0 ports? Balls. Okay, let me see if I have USB 3.0 mini to USB. Yes, here we go. This will work. This is a USB. I have a USB 3.0, which goes to USB 3.0A, and we can plug that into the front of the computer. Plug that on the front port. Plugging into the front port might not be the smartest thing to do here, but we're going for minimum viable, chat. Okay, minimum viable. Okay, that's power. Power on the 4KX. The 4KX is online. HDMI in on the 4KX from the switch. There we go. Now, do we have a USB out here for the power for the switch? I need to find something that has a USB power. Okay, I need a USB power brick to power this. Okay, give me 1 second. I almost got it. Oh, nice. I think this is Ernox. I think he left it here. Not my problem. Okay, cool. Okay, switch power. HDMI switch power is on. What have I come back to? I wanted to do an auto stream today, James. I'm capturing the auto stream computer over an NDI. Windows updated NDI and broke NDI. So I'm finding another way to wire up my auto setup into my new streaming setup, because that way it didn't work. Because Windows hates me. Oh, nice. Looks like I found a longer 4K HDMI. Excellent. Okay. Yep. Okay. Longer HDMI cable is in. See, this is why it pays. So when I redid my setup, dudes, I moved my desk back so I can get behind there and get at wires. This is why I did it. So you can fix stuff if it breaks. Very useful. Okay. So HDMI switch is right here. And all I got to do is just run the cable. Come on. Come on. Get under there. Okay. Now, if I can just get the cable to go, input 1. Okay. All right. All right. Output 1. There we go. All cameras output 1. 2. Main program there. I'm going to trip on this HDMI cable. I'm calling it now. Switch 1 is detected on the HDMI switch. 4KX is on. Jankest setup in the world. Red, I saw what you, Red Munchkin, first of all, hi. I saw what you said. I just, okay. Yeah, changing the NDI receiver mode with NDI tools. That's something I haven't done yet, but here. Let's go to Garage Split. Go here, video capture device. This is the 4KX. KX capture. Oh, Ed boy. Aha! Ha ha! Ha! Yes! Success! Ah. Okay, it's not centered. Transform, center to screen. Transform, center to screen. There we go, lock to transform. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Hold on. Hold on. How's that? How's that? How about now? How about now? How about now? How about now? Two hours later. Okay, so what do we do now? We work on the car, obviously. It only took us 3 hours. The chair. Oh, the chair's still over. Give me 1 second. Yes, I am invincible. I am invincible. Was it good for you too? Yeah, the cord is definitely not ideal, but you should be able to get Vivitard, nerd. Get Vivitard. Look at that. I did tweak the camera a little bit. It is looking a little bit better. But we also have the Sony. All right. You did a SpaceX MacGyver. Dude, we got it. Victory beer? Oh, my beer is all down in the house. I'm invincible. Boris Grishenko, yes. There was a girl also whose body was not among the dead, Natalia Fyodorova Semyonova, a level 2 programmer. It would be interesting to blame this on Siberian separatists before the whereabouts of your own people are recorded. Don't you think? Yes, Minister. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. New move with the beer. What? I needed my beer supply down where I had my Labor Day party, dude. What do you want from me? You drink one for me? Good, please. I have water. It's kind of like beer. Kind of like Bud Light. All right, so I can shut NDI off. I can shut OBS off over here, and then we can, I can full screen a playback. So, I mean, it'll be a little bit, yeah, all right, it's good. Oh, that sucked. Have to get you a Dodge hat, yeah. Yep. Okay, so that's the cable right there that I ran. You know, stoinks. I'm sure that's fine. What sucks is probably having to clean up all this. And I pillaged my remote streaming setup doing this, which, whatever, dude. It is what it is. Yeah, I hardlined it. So how this works usually is all of my cameras, so that one, the Vivitar and the Sony, are all going into an HDMI control board. The control board is attached to a preview monitor, but the control board also outputs the HDMI into the shop PC's HDMI capture card. That makes sense? And then OBS captures the capture card, and then it NDIs it to my shop, to Rusty, right? That's how it was working until Windows borked it completely. Props for sticking with it and finding an alternative solution. That was fun, man. It was a good time. Now I'm in freaking IT troubleshooting mode, though. That's the problem. Now, Red Munchkin, we could check to see if your fix works, too. I mean, can you move the cables to the side? No, it's a really tight run, Sun Temple. I'd prefer the cable to be on the floor and a little bit taut over there. I could put it over my workbenches here, but then it's going to get tangled up with all the tools. I don't know if that's a good idea. Mad scientist here. 1.21 gigawatts! 1.21 gigawatts! Great Scott! How could I have been so careless? 1.21 gigawatts! How am I going to generate that kind of power? Elon, it can't be done, can it? That's what beer is for, to get back in NASCAR mode. Is it just me or is the image quality better? It's hardwired. Hardwired 4K capture. Of course it's going to be better. Well, Doc, all we got to do is just find some plutonium. Oh, I'm sure that in 1985 plutonium's available in every corner drugstore. But in 1955, it's a little hard to come by. Marty, I'm afraid you're stuck here. I got a life in 1985. I got a girl. Is she pretty? Oh, Doc, she's beautiful. All right. Back to the future side. Let's go. We have work to do. What was I doing here? Trunk alignment and trunk alignment and trunk alignment and trunk alignment. We're going to start getting to work only, let's see, how far are we in? What's the uptime? 2 hours and 40 minutes. That's good. I'll run tests with drummer. Wouldn't want this biting us during an event. Yep. Got any rugs or blankets for moving the cables? Nah, just leave it. It's fine. It's only over here where it's not on the ground. I don't mind it being on the floor. That's fine. Okay, so let's put this camera in work here and let's get this done. So here's what's going on. Let me get into the shot here. Here's what's going on. You have the trunk pan in. Everything's aligning pretty good. It's close from the alignment that I did when Ernock was here last week. It's pretty straight. I mean, you could tell by looking at it. It's in there pretty dang straight. There's a couple of things here and there that I'm seeing that I don't like. And I want to be absolutely sure that this trunk pan is good. It's perfectly flat, perfectly flush to my frame rails. The reason why is because if we don't get this perfectly straight, well, this is the entire back structure of the car. Say one frame rail was a little bit down or a little bit bent, right? One was a little bit out, and we welded the trunk pan in. When we go to mount the suspension is going to be crooked. I don't want that. I really don't want that, and I'm pretty sure you guys don't want that. I'm not driving something down the road that has binding suspension. That's a really stupid idea. We don't want to do that. So it's important because our trunk pan is not just there to put stuff, oh, I could put stuff in the back. I could put stuff in the back. That's great. It's not just there for that. It's there tying the entire structure of the car together. The reason why is because this car is a unibody, meaning that there's no frame. It's not a body that they put on a frame and the frame is carrying all the suspension. Unibodies in the 60s were seen as a way to make cars entirely out of sheet metal, so you wouldn't have to have a whole frame bending device, right? You could just use stamped sheet metal and weld that stamped sheet metal together in a way that ends up making the car just as structurally rigid. Every car nowadays is a unibody, where the fenders, the pillars, this is a C pillar, because it's, you have your A pillar up at the very front, your B pillars here in the center, your C pillars here. That's all structural on every car nowadays, and SUVs. They're all unibody. The reason why they do that, it's pretty strong. It's probably not as strong as having a whole chassis for the car and putting the body of the car on that. But it's strong enough to be able to not have to have a part of your assembly line be just making frames. You can have stampings. You can stamp out sheet metal on a huge die, right? And then you just basically spot weld the sheet metal together. And if you want thicker metal, you just stack sheet metal on sheet metal on sheet metal, and it'll make it just as strong. You can theoretically achieve the same metal thickness and get just as structurally rigid. Long story short, I need to make sure that I stacked all this sheet metal on top of each other correctly. If something is bent or everything is perfectly aligned, you're going to have issues. The car will have what's the right word for it? What's the stressed metal? That's what it's called. You basically don't want to weld metal in bent. If you bend it, right, because metal is kind of elastic. If you bend it, right, it's going to put potential energy into the metal and it's going to stress the metal. You don't want that. because that bend is a potential force that it'll transmit to kinetic energy onto your suspension. Long story short. So like when you bend metal here, this is a scrap piece, right? When you bend it, right? See how it's elastic. It wants to go back, right? It wants to spring back into this U shape. This was a bad frame rail thing that I made when I was patching the frame rails, right? See how if I want to bend it a little bit, it's elastic. It wants to go back, right? If you weld it in bent like this when it's loaded up with force, right? You do that, you're introducing stress into the metal. That's going to screw the metal during load cycles. So basically, if it's already bent and then the chassis is bouncing up and down all day, the unibody's bouncing up and down all day when it's going down the road, it's going to stress this metal out and it'll break it, it'll fatigue. You don't want that. Everything needs to be perfect. The metal needs to be de-stressed. That's what it's called. It all needs to be de-stressed, and it all needs to be, like, if I bent it and we put it in like this, it has to stay like this. I don't want to have to bend it to get it to fit. Okay? You don't want stressed metal, especially in a unibody design. All right? It'll crack. Steel will crack eventually over time. Well, it won't crack. It will. It'll crack. Metal will crack eventually. Aluminum is notorious for cracking, like airplanes. That's why an airplane can only really fly so many times before you have to retire it. To be honest, I feel like you're describing me more than the metal. They use the fancy term monocoque. Yeah. So this is why I named this stream, before our, audio problems. This is why I named this stream, trunk pan alignment and trunk pan alignment and trunk pan alignment and trunk pan alignment, because we got to get it right. It has to be, it doesn't have to be like down to the millimeter. It has to be pretty freaking close though. The factory manual calls for 1/8 inch tolerances everywhere. That's from the shop manual, which I've been reading down in my house. I don't have it here, so that's good. So 1/8 inch tolerance is, 3 millimeter. 3 mil tolerance, give or take. It's like 3.12, I think. 12.7, 635, 3.15, give or take, millimeter tolerance. That's pretty big. That's a huge gap. As long as we're within 3 mil all over the place, or about a 1/16 of an inch, or no, eighth inch, we should be fine. These cars they're not precisely engineered. They were designed to be good enough. They're good enough and make a lot of them. Can you align it with jacks? Well, yeah, sure. Here, let me switch back over to the other camera and I'll show you guys what I'm getting at. So I have all the parts kind of clamped in here. Everything is clamped. You can see some of the clamps down there, but we have a bunch of different components here that all need to jive correctly with each other. So let me bring you guys up to speed. What components do we have here? The big one, first and foremost, is your trunk. That's the trunk floor. That needs to be right. That needs to be perfectly flat. Pretty straightforward. Now the car is leveled. It is leveled independently of the ground. So it's plumb with gravity. Okay? I spent a pretty good amount of time getting the car leveled on jack stands as best as I could. Now the real right way to do this would be to put it on a frame jig. Get pieces of metal, get 2 I-beams, right? Weld the 2 I-beams together and then put adjustments on them, put screw jacks on them to level it, and then put the car on that, because you're putting it on a flat surface. I am within tolerances here with jack stands because I put the jack stands on curved components of the frame rail. So I set the jack stand where it needed to be, and then I moved it into position and set the car down on it. I know the car is true because the doors open and close. That's a real big thing. The doors are opening and closing. If the doors don't open and close, that means the whole frame of the car the whole body of the car is bent. But my doors open. So they open and close, and they don't need, you could just shut it. It's just like the car, it would be sitting on the ground. So I know this car is true. All right, so I know that if I put my level on here, my level reads perfect, right? If it reads perfect, we're good. We're totally fine. Car is level to gravity. It's not level to the floor. That's an important thing to understand. We're plumb with gravity, okay? If you tried to do this with the car just sitting on its wheels, the ground might be flat. Maybe a suspension, maybe a shock absorber is bad on the car. Maybe it's leaning to one side. Suspension fatigues over time, especially if it's just one person driving the car. You know, that one person gets in and out, in and out, in and out. Maybe somebody's not always in the passenger seat. Maybe the suspension goes to one side, right? So that's the kind of stuff you got to worry about. So the trunk pan needs to be level, all right? Obviously. Holding up the trunk pan are two frame rails. The frame rails are right here and right here. They're right there. Those need to be perfectly true to hold the trunk pan flat. And right now, we're not exactly right. Let me show you. This is where the Vivitar is really going to come in handy. So, let's take a look. I'm going to change the Vivitar, and you guys are going to peer right through this hole right here. Now, the reason why I want you guys to do that is so you can see the frame rail. Now, this is a bracing piece right here that I put in. But let me shine the light on this thing and show you what I'm talking about. Now, like I said, that rail, see that? If you look, take a peek. See the flange? So this little tab that comes off, it's the gray part that comes off of the frame rail. Now keep in mind, I haven't cleaned this up completely yet. I mean, because we're still testing, but see how it's perfectly flush to the trunk? It's perfect. There is no gap there. The trunk sits perfectly on this. No gappage, nowhere. It's perfect. That is what we're looking for. I know that this being totally flush on this side, and it's the other side too, but you guys can't really see that too much. I know that it being flush right there, that is mint. That's exactly what we want. This frame rail was great. This frame rail has not given me a lot of problems. You have walleye vision. See that? See the tolerance? That's perfect. This is exactly what we're looking for. Now, let's go to the other side. Take a look. What do you see? See what I'm talking about? That's not great. There's a gap there. And that gap is slightly out of whack. Let me see if I can zoom this thing out. We can zoom in. See that? That's no good. Right there. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Fuzz. No focus because this camera's a piece of doo-doo. But it's overexposed, so you can see what I'm talking about. See what I mean? See this? This gap? No good. That's not exact. It's not exactly right. It's close. It's very close to being correct, but it's not exact. So we got to take this, I got to take this all apart, and we have to kind of look at it and see, you know, how we're aligned here. What is causing this? What's causing that problem? It's, once again, it's not too bad. Honestly, we could probably weld it and get away with it, but I don't want to do that because we're here and we have the opportunity to get this right. So let's do it, and let's do it right. Yeah, that'll work. How's the new tripod? It's great, ARJ. The Sony camera's using it. It's hard to make out with all the reflections. Okay, let me get something to put in there so I can show you. So here is just this is just a shop rag. Look. See that? That's no good. Does that show off what I'm trying to explain? That's no good. There's a gap there that's probably about 1/4 of an inch. It's not even close. Yeah, exactly. I know. So we are going to need, we're going to need to figure that one out. Why is that doing that? Why is that like this? Right? These are the bumper mount brackets. I just had them on here because I was toying with this. Now, to be honest with you, let me make sure I'm in shot. So to be honest with you, we did a lot of work on this frame rail. This frame rail needed a lot of help. Badly. It was bad. It was not good. We did do a lot of patching. So it's entirely possible that the parts of the frame rail channel that we patched are just a little bit too high. Could be just bending it down. No big deal. Right? I could feel up in here, and I can feel what parts are touching the trunk pan and what parts aren't. It looks like the leaf spring perch that was a repop, it's a remake part, is welded correctly. It's pretty flush. All of it is pretty flush. And if I'm feeling the frame rail is not, I'm feeling a patched section. I'll take the trunk pan out and I'll show you. I'm feeling a patched section that is not exactly flush. Now, where are we hitting though? All right, another thing that we can do is I can look for witness marks, scratches in this primer on the back of the trunk pan to figure out where it's hitting. So that's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna undo all my clamps and take apart all this mock-up, and we're gonna take it apart to put it back together in probably another 30 minutes. So give me 1 second. Let me start undoing this. This is the cross member extension, right? And then the cross member extension goes to the trunk extension. Pull the trunk extension out. Let me switch to the other camera. So we got to go over here, and I'm going to do the same thing. We got to pull the cross member extension, and then I have all the clamps that Chat generously gifted me to hold all this together. Let's take this extension out. These extension pieces are what hold the sides of the car, the quarter panels. It's what holds them to the trunk. Now let me get all my levels off of the trunk. And now we got to pull this out. We got to pull it out without hitting the damn camera. So that's, that's going to be fun. And then what we'll do is I'll turn the trunk pan around and show the bottom of it, and we'll hopefully look for scrape marks over here to see where the trunk pan is lying on the frame rails. I think that's a pretty good solution there. So first thing I'm going to do is grab a piece of cardboard, and I'm going to put the cardboard down right here. Move my HDMI cable. The picture is being put through that line down there. You're kidding. The Vivitar definitely looks better. The camera that you're looking through right now is the Sony. So now I got to pull this, which is, well, let's just say wish my back luck. Ow. Oh. Okay. Okay. Now, that wasn't too bad. My back's fine. Now, let's look for witness marks. What fell is a clamp that I have that's holding the drip rail in place. It's self-tapered though, so wouldn't worry about it too much. All right, so let's take a look with the Vivitar and see where this thing is hitting. Okay, it's flipped, right? I turned the damn thing around, so this is what the Vivitar is good for. If it's going to overexpose a shot, let's do it. It's going to overexpose a shot. All right, let's take a look. So this side here is the driver's side, right? Now let's look for a witness mark because the driver's side is where we're having problems. So the witness marks will be down here. What do you see? Anything down there? Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about right there. So we know exactly where that thing is hitting. See that? See the mark? So that's the high point on my frame rail. That's what's preventing that frame rail from sitting flush. Okay, cool. Where would that be exactly? So the main frame rail is right here, right? Main frame rail, here, let me zoom out. I drew two lines right there. That's where the frame rail is, and then there's a piece that goes like this, and then the leaf spring is like that. And then it connects all right there. Could you use a pen/chalk to mark it out? Yeah, Max, if we want to throw it back in there just to be absolutely sure, yeah, sure. But I'm fairly confident I know where that's hitting. I'm pretty sure. I could spray some white spray paint on it if we want. But I want to do that. I really want to work on that later. All right, so I mean, I could use a marker. Hey, Balxy. 37-month resub. Thanks, man. Okay, so yeah, that's called a witness mark, guys. That actually really helps. Note how we really don't have anything. I mean, it's hard to show on camera, but there's a couple of scratch marks from where we pulled the trunk in and out. But down here, there's no witness marks. There's nothing. It's perfectly smooth, meaning that our passenger side frame rail is fine. It is perfect. That is exactly where it needs to be. It's just something with the other frame rail here is causing a little bit of a gap. It's not a big deal. We can figure it out. So let's do that. Let me get another piece of cardboard, put down over there, and we're going to move the frame rail off to one side. This is all the cardboard that this thing came in anyway, so. So I'm going to lean this, I'm going to take the frame rail, or take the trunk pin, I'm going to move it, and we're going to lean it up against over here. All right, now, let's try and figure out exactly where that is. So let me take the Vivitar, I'm going to point the Vivitar right at that line. So you guys can see the witness mark there. Now let's, where the hell's my tape measure? I think my tape measure's in the office. It's okay. I have a ruler over here. We can use that. All right, so this is a ruler from an extra broken square that I have. So this is the center. See this relief piece right here? That's the center of the frame rail. This thing fits in the frame rail channel. Okay, so that has a little bit of a witness mark, but I don't think that's from scraping around too much. If it is, it's from scraping on the cross member, which is fine. That is the mark we need to go after. So we are from the center of the frame rail, we're up about 5 inches, right? And then we're over about 3.5. So here you go. There's the frame rail. So from the center of the frame rail, we go back 5 inches, right? And then we go over 3. Right here, this part. It's the leaf spring perch in here. That's a little bit too high. Just that. It's just the bend on the channel. And look, you can see it. You can absolutely see it. Look. How's that? Is that good enough to show what I'm talking about? It's too high. Now here, you know what? Let me use a level. Yeah, see? If we put the level here and it's not touching the outside, we're pretty close. But if we put it there, look. See what I mean? You put it across the 3, it's no good. So we got to bend that down just a smidge. It's not that far off. God, that camera sucks so bad, dude. Oh my goodness. I don't understand this camera. It's so bad. It should be in focus now. You should be able to see that there's a little gap right there. And the level is, well, not. That's the Vivitar XJ. Probably heat from the weld. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Heck, you might be able to see it better on the Sony. Let me flip to the Sony. This is the camera that's just far back. So it's right here. It's just these, it's not exactly, this leaf spring perch isn't exact. Or the top of the flanges isn't exact. We know that thing is welded in right. It's welded in correct. I made sure that that's good. I'll just send you a DSLR. It's, well, the thing about a DSLR, dude, is that that'd be great and it'd be an awesome picture, but I mean, it's going to get banged around in the shop. It's just, yeah, it's going to get banged around, which I don't, you know, I'll just go buy one, ARJ. You've contributed enough if I need it. I mean, this Vivitar is caca. This was a waste of money. What is Vivitar? It's a terrible camera. That's going to be hard to read the level, that shot, but you can see the gap. Do you have a straight edge that's long to run over all of it? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I could do that, XJ, sure. Let me back out the Viva crap. I'm astonished how bad this camera actually is. Right now, I'm only keeping it in my setup for the memes because it's hilarious. Nikon D300. Yeah, that'll work. All right. There's the... Here, I'll show you. I have my long level. Of course, it's on the other side of the trunk pan. Yeah. Yeah, we're high. Actually, XJ, the interesting thing is that that's showing pretty damn level. If anything, this needs to come up. This needs to come up a little bit. Sometimes I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why I bought this long level, because somebody suggested it, dude.
It's called
But,
a Vivitar because it prevents vivid violation of ATAR. I'll see myself out now.
All right, here, let's get this up there because you guys will be able to see better. I gotta adjust the tripod. Give me a moment. Professional streamer here. So as you can see, we're pretty good. That's not bad. It's close. It's pretty dang close. Right? It ain't bad. Now here, look at this with the Sony camera, okay? Now look. See that? See that? See what I mean? See those gaps right there and right there? This is, see, I'm not sure if this is too high or if the frame rail is too low. We can massage it around and get it right, but see what I mean? Now, the interesting thing is if you guys are looking at the level and I push up on this side, it's perfect. It becomes very true. That's dead center. We're just a little ways off. Probably to the point where you guys can't even see that thing moving on the level. Now, what I'm wondering now is, let's zoom out a little bit. What I'm wondering now is this whole frame rail low? Is this whole thing low? Are these at the right height? Maybe my frame rail channel is at the right height, and maybe I welded the leaf spring perch in just a smidge too high. If that's the case, that's not that big of a deal. We can overcome the adjustment. It's not that big of a problem, right? Considering we're talking about maybe 3 to 4 mil at best here. We're almost in tolerance. It's actually close. We could probably weld it and it'd probably be fine. But I don't want probably, you know what I mean? I don't want that. I don't want that at all. We're here. I know what I need to do to get it right. So let's get it right. Are you sure the actual floor of both wheels are level? I know that the car is level. Jeeve, the car is perfectly level. The floor? I don't know. How did I level it? Knowing? Well, okay, there's a good indicator to know if a car is level. Fortunately, I have 2 more indicators than a regular, if it was a 2-door car. If this door shuts perfectly, no striker, no witness mark, we're level. If the chassis wasn't level, that wouldn't shut. Does that make sense? So what I did was there are curved parts of the frame rails on the car, like they're on the front of the car and on the back of the car. There are curved parts. So what I did was I used the jack. This was a little while back. I used my floor jack to get the car level tested it with the doors, right? And then pushed the jack stands up against curved surfaces, right? There, don't get me wrong, you know, you don't want a jack like on a frame rail like this, it could fall. I put in, there's like, I don't know, 6 to 8, I think there's 8 jack stands under there, all in different spots, right? To make sure that everything is nice and level. You know, like the back frame rails curve down and the front frame rails curve up. And then the core support on the front of the car is curved, right? It's curved at the bottom. So I made sure the car was level, and then I pushed the jack stands in as much as I could. And I even put rubber on the jack stands. I put the rubber that you put in a toolbox. You know, you put it in the bottom of your toolbox drawers so the tools don't move around, that rubber mat stuff. I put that on the jack stand so they're gripping up against everything. I taped them to it. And I leveled it. I leveled the car before I took everything off, before I took the back of it completely apart. Level indicator is panel gap. That's right. And look at the gaps. The gaps are fine. I mean, this door opens perfectly. And so does this door if there wasn't... You hear that? You hear the closing noise? It's just all you hear is the latching of the striker. You hear that click? That's what I'm talking about. Here, listen to it again on the back door. Ready? Hear that? The click? You didn't hear the door slam, you just heard the click. That's how you know she's good. She's nice and level. Filtered by the noise gate, unfortunately. Oh, that's unacceptable. Oh, I can't walk over there. There's so much crap in the way. Oh, yeah, that's right. I wouldn't trust anything we see in the video, lens distortion and whatnot. Okay. I mean, I'm not really sure what to do with that. What do you want, Ian? What do you want me to do with that statement? Like, I know what to look for. I'm trying to show you guys, but clearly that's not working. I know what I'm looking for. I know what we need to do. I just, yeah. Yeah, we gotta, I know what it's doing, but yeah. I'm level. Are you sure? You sure about that? I'm not. I checked. All right, cool. Your Citroen C4 coupe is now 18 years. Headliner's coming off. It lasted 2 decades, man. That's pretty good. As far as trying to say if it's level, what you're doing is fine. Oh, that's good. Just arrived. What is this? It's frame rails on a car. I am rebuilding this car, Magnus. This thing. If it looks a little bit rusty, well, yeah, it was. I'm removing all the rust and replacing it. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm making sure that the back of the car, when I go to put everything back in, I'm making sure it all goes in straight. You don't want to weld something in crooked and then have the rear suspension of the car like ride sideways and have the car go sideways down the road. Is it fun or is it a pain? It's a pain. This is a real big pain in the butt to get this right. Had I known how much work was involved, I probably would have just taken a piece of metal and welded it into the trunk and be like, yeah, it's good, it's fine. And not like bought a new floor and disassembled a car and reversed what the assembly line did, et cetera, et cetera. But I did this to learn, you know. I thought you needed a jig and stuff for stuff like this. Yeah, you do. I didn't have the money for it. This is backyard stuff, but I know enough about engineering and levelness to make sure that this is right. Of course, I missed the trash can. Why wouldn't I? Yeah, no, I know the car's level. Don't worry about that. You don't need to worry about it level. It's leveled independently of the floor, and it's all braced and stuff. So I wouldn't, or one might just cowboy it in place, and is it good enough? No, no, I'm not going to. I have enough equipment here just to make sure it's level. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Don't worry about that. I have enough to do it. I'm trying to show you what we need to adjust. And instead of actually doing it, I've been explaining about it for like the last 20 minutes, and we're already way behind schedule today. So let me get the Vivitar. Put that in place. Just keep it right there. That's fine. Does EJ's Garage qualify as a VAB? Sure. All right, so there's the wide shot. I moved the Vivitar back because it's a Vivitar and it's crap. So it looks like we're not exactly level here. And let me just move the Sony back a little bit here. Yeah, we got to hammer and dolly this piece down a little bit. So that's what I'm going to do. Let me extend up the other tripod. This is a really nice tripod, ARJ. If you were the one that tipped this, I'm not sure where it came from. I'm not sure who did it. Who done did it? I'm not sure. But it's super nice. I like it a lot.
Discovery,
I'm going to try to
go
take
and
care
throttle
of it. I'm trying my best to take care of this thing. You're the best. Hey, Coder. 44-month resub. Thank you. I appreciate the explanation. I've not got any experience fixing cars like this. Yeah, don't worry about it, dude. So we know that from our witness mark, right? We know that from our witness mark that we have a slightly high spot about here. I'm just going to measure it again before we go banging on the wrong piece. I love the makeshift lens shield. I taped a welding mask shield to the front of it because hot sparks were screwing up that thing. So center of the frame rail, 5 inches up, 3.5 over. 5 inches up from the center of the frame rail, 3.5 over. Yeah, it's right here. It's this junction. Which camera am I on? That one. It's this. It's right basically where the leaf spring flange connects into the rear leaf spring assembly. I'll switch to the Sony camera and show you guys. So you could see I'd done a lot of welding repair in here. There was no frame rail from here back when I started. I've redone all of this and basically all of that too. This is all been completely redone. And then I backplated it to make sure that we have something up against the back to hold on to. So, right, I can see it. You guys will not see it on camera. You could see where the pan is hitting against it. So I'm going to get my Metal Bender 5000 and we'll get the hammer and the dolly out and we'll try to move it into position. It's just got to go down a smidge. We're probably going down like 1 to 2 millimeter. It's not a lot. There we go. I found my Metal Bender. Okay. Now we got to get the hammer and the dolly in there. This is a very nice Metal Bender 5000. Very nice, very expensive tool. All right, let me get one of my dollies here. And we have to put something in back here to make sure that it comes in flat. Or we could just hit it. It's fine. Chat, stand by. Loud noises. Hopefully the filter gets it. Just headphone users, just in case. Ready? You know what? I'm going to put on my earbuds before I go deaf. Are you going to cut out that 3/4 square tube stiffener before welding it fully? I might have to. That might, I have a strange feeling, can't see me, that this thing is holding it crooked because I welded it in when there was no frame rail here. So this frame rail was kind of dangling in the wind, dude. So I'm kind of worried that this thing might be holding it crooked. So what we might want to do is get rid of it and then level the frame. See, we could level the frame rails off the floor, right? But that, I mean, I could use a jack. Well, yeah, we could use a jack in the level and that should get it right. So what I'm doing is I'm just hammering this and trying to bend it down just a little bit. I'm just trying to make sure it's aligned. We have to get it level with these other pieces. Oh, we are still way off. Get the Metal Bender. Where's the Metal Bender 5000? I need it back. No, that's not going to work either. Yeah, you have the back cross member in now. Yeah. The back cross member is self-tapered in though. It's self-tapered. I do have an extra set of jack stands though. So yeah, we could level, I mean, we could cut the bracing out, dude, and then work the cross member level by jacking one of the frame rails. It's going to be the frame rail that you see on the screen. This one is low. I know it's low. It's getting there. Let's see if I can just bend this up just a little bit. That metal is superbly thin right there. May have gone a little too ham with the grinding wheel, which, yeah, that's my MO, that's for sure. Yeah, that's good enough. That's pretty damn close. It's pretty damn close to being aligned. That filter is working great. Well, that's good. All right. Well, it's pretty close. I mean, let me put this across right here. Yeah, that still needs to go down just a little bit. Just there we go. We're leveled. Okay, cool. This one is a little bit low, but I can just use the hammer to bend it up just a little bit. Get that right. There we go. All right. Excellent. All right. Let's do what the stream title says and align, put the trunk pan in to align it again. Let's see if it works. Oh. I'll switch you over to the Vivitar because it's a little bit further back. All right. Let's send this piece back in. Yeah, my frame rail is it's a little wavy. It's just a little wavy right here, but that's fine. I can get a weld in there. That's no problem. Now, if this thing looks heavy, well, it is. That's because it is. Yeah, that's the end of that. Okay, chat, prepare for potential plumber's butt. Huh. Nice. That was close, but it's not exact. It gets caught over here. Give me a sec. This frame rail's definitely out. It's definitely out. Just a little bit. It's not bad. It's just a little ways out. All the seams are looking a lot better. Guys, this is pretty dang good. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. It is definitely better. We are getting some very flush engagement on the leaf spring perch. It's metal. Sometimes you just gotta bend it. You just gotta bend it into position. How's the frame? Frame rails are flush. They're flush right here. That's perfect. Not exact. It's close. We're getting there. It looks like the leaf spring is
the leaf spring perch might not be. What was that? Just trying to make sure the trunk pan isn't stuck on nothing. Pretty good. It's getting there.
That's definitely better, dudes. It's still gapped though. You know what? I got to make sure. I got to go up to the front. Or not the front. Well, I got to go to the wheel well here. I got to make sure this thing isn't getting caught on some of the old rust. No, it doesn't seem to be, but I'll tell you, this side is not, it's not all the way forward. So the trunk pan is slightly this way, if I'm looking at this right now. There are tabs that we put on the rails right here that might be a little bit off. No butt? Oh, well, sorry. Yeah, XJ, it's definitely, it's getting there. So let me move this camera up here. So let me lift up the trunk. I'm going to lift up the trunk rail and show you what I'm looking at. So take a peek right here. Now we lift this up. You see the tabs? We welded those tabs on, and I don't know if those are, I'm not sure if they're supposed to be flush to the rail. They're not exact, so we might, there should be a little bit of overlap here, but not too much. That might be what's preventing this from seating all the way in. Because it looks like the front, here, you know what? I'll show you. Let me just make sure we have cable here and the cable doesn't get bound up. I'll show you with the camera. So, yep. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Give me one moment. So it might be hitting the tabs, but if we go around over here and you guys go into the interior of the car. So XJ, take a look, man. And everybody else. See it? It's just at the top of the screen right there. Please, come on, cooperate with me. So see the hole? That is a hole I left from drilling out a spot weld. And we can see it, which means the trunk pan is not all the way forward. And the tabs at the back, tabs back there might be the reason why we're not seating it. It's not seating correctly. I'm trying to see if I can actually mount this damn tripod in here without binding up a cable. There we go. There we go. Now I just got to reseat that HDMI cable and boom, there it is. Here, let me get a light to show you guys what's going on there. Where did I put the light? Dang it, Chad. Where did I put my damn fill light? Oh, what a day. What a day this has been, huh? Real humdinger of a day. It's a real humdinger of a day, I tell you what, boy. Oh, there it is. It's on the floor. It's a great place for it. So, here, take a look. So see what I'm talking about? Right there. If I push down on that gap right there, hang on, adjusting. I know you lost the signal. Give me one sec. See that? If we try to pull this sucker any more forward, we're off. You could see the seam. Move the wire. You could see the seam where the old trunk pan was. Now the weird thing is that if you look over there, it's aligned. If we look over there, it's pretty much spot on. But if we look right here, we look right there, it's not exact. That might be the cause of our problems here, now that we have that other clearance thing figured out. It's off by about a 1/4 inch. And that might be why it's not seating correctly in the, it might be why it's not seating correctly in the, having to clamp them together isn't abnormal. It's just how spot welders work. What is that in regards to, Aqualux? Sorry, I was... Don't push on it. Get a bigger hammer. Well, you can only hammer so much, King, because here, I'll... we can only hammer so much. See, that's still not exact. It's not exact. Stop saying seating and explain it differently, please. Thank you. You're funny. It's not exact. It's close. The tabs on the very back of the frame rails, King, aren't making it go further. So I'm going to get a file out. Clean out the debris under it. What? Clean out the debris under it. Okay. No. Just all these tabs here, all the tabs are all different lengths, dude. That one is just a smidge longer. I should have been more careful measuring this, but we can file that under it being too long. She said. Is that alignment important? Alex, I wouldn't be working this hard on it if it wasn't. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's definitely it. Okay. Just go a little bit further. All right. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. Just needed to take a little bit out of that, and it looks to be okay. I know it's hard to tell on the screen, but I want to hear the sounds of the filing. Yeah, well, this is a temporary setup with my master setup. This is a temporary auto streaming setup. With my master setup, you will. Now, what I'm really wondering is if we seat it, does it lie flat? You know, if I push that sucker forward, is she lying flat? Let's take a look. No, not at all. Like, it's not close. Guys, it wants to fit. It's so damn close to getting it right. Yeah, this all fits real good. I need to check some things, dudes. There's some things that are a little strange here. There's something that I haven't taken into account that's not jiving correctly. Put some temporary bolts and see how much play it has. Oh, yes, temporary bolts. I have self-tappers, dude, holding some of this together, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a level. I'm just going to put it right here. I'm going to put the level upside down on the frame rails. I'm just going to see where this thing ends up. Yeah. Left frame, the driver's side frame rail is too low. I'm just put it at different points underneath, and every single one of them indicates that frame rail is low. Not a problem. Fixable. Very fixable. Everything is fixable. It's metal. So, what are you going to cook in your trunk that you need a pan for? Chicken. Chicken? Should the fenders be fixed and welded in before the trunk pan? Easier access to inside. The quarters. Gotta have something for the quarters to weld to, dude. I did take a lot of measurements top to bottom here. Can't see me? I took measurements top to bottom. Here. Trunk width heights, distances on the rear valance, distances from the bracing down to the frame rails. I wrote it all down. I wrote where the gas tank straps go. I measured everything underneath there. But the problem is that, you know, I measured everything, but there were some things that I didn't measure because they weren't there. And that's what's screwing me up. This whole problem basically is because this frame rail rusted out so bad that it rusted away from the cross member. The cross member, there was no rear cross member. See this piece here? That piece wasn't there. There was nothing here. Anything that's black, it was basically useless. Anything that you see painted black here, useless. I couldn't use it. I had to cut it out. The problem is that the car was so ridiculously rotted back here. There was no back. See this, the rear cross member? The rear cross member wasn't there. Do you want to see what that looked like? And I know some of you have seen this already. I just want to show the people that don't know. Look, you see that rear cross? This piece that goes all the way across, that's what was left. Actually, that's what was left. This is that piece. Look. Now you can see that it was still connected to the right frame rail a little bit. The trunk pan was holding it, but the trunk pan was gone over here. Totally long gone. There's nothing left here. That is what was there. See, the left sides and right side is gone. There's nothing there. I couldn't take measurements off of this. This thing's junk. Red Munchkin, the back of this thing looked like the frigging Titanic. And I kept all the pieces just for this so I can compare and contrast. But, you know, I couldn't take measurements off of parts that weren't there. So, long story short, that frame rail was basically hanging in 3D space. The trunk, what was left of the trunk pan was the only thing keeping it aligned. And that's what I meant for the longest time when I had this car sitting outside and I was working on the 59 in here. I told people, this thing won't last another winter outside. Another winter outside, it'll quite actually fall apart. It was that close. It was hanging on by a thread. We barely, like if I'd chosen to work on the 97 Ford instead of this, there would be no car left. There'd be no Dodge. It'd just be rust. But then again, rust, Dodge, they kind of go together. So it seems like my left frame rail is down just a little bit. So what I want to do, I'm going to move the cameras around and I'm going to put the floor jack underneath this and I'm going to try to jack up the frame rail just a little bit. We'll see. We'll see if everything goes into alignment. I repaired the leaf spring perch. The leaf spring and the leaf spring perch I repaired, and I repaired a lot of the frame rail too, right? And that, if we did that all when the frame rail was down, but it was level 2 said frame rail, right? That means the whole entire frame rail with the leaf spring and how I welded everything in is just all slightly down. So if I jack up the rail, it should level it. That should get it right. Hopefully. Maybe. Probably not. It should knock everything into alignment. And that's kind of what I'm hoping for. So I'm going to get my floor jack over here. Oh, look, it's stuck on a piece of rust. I get my floor jack in a 2x4. I'm putting this thing underneath the rail, right? In the spot where I'm pretty sure that it's low. And let me set up some cameras so you guys can see what I'm talking about. And that's what I mean about that bracing in there too. The bracing that I put in is most likely wrong. I most likely braced that frame rail crooked. Trying to set up the camera shot here. Okay. So I gave you a 3/4 view of the frame rail right there. And let's see if getting this thing up makes it sit flat between the rails. It's not going to need to go much. What I need you guys to do is watch this gap right here. See that gap? That should become flush if I do this and we do it right. Okay, so moving the jack in position now. It didn't go flush. Yeah, it didn't really do it. Okay, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? How can I get this to go flush? I need the frame rails to kind of move independently of each other. Okay, I can pull the rear cross member off. That'll do it. I mean, it's going to align some things. It's going to misalign some things, but that's okay. We got to, like I said, I think that frame rail, it's not that the rail is welded in crooked, it's that my bracing, my temp bracing. So see, I have all this stuff right here. See these pieces of metal? That's there to hold everything nice and straight. So when you do work, basically it's a brace. So when you're doing surgery here, it comes out, everything kind of falls back in place. I have a little bit of bracing between my rails down there, but the thing is that bracing, I braced it when the frame rail wasn't connected to anything. It was down, it was bent. It was bent down because, well, it rusted away. So, yeah, let me get my screwdriver, my electric drill, and we'll so in a way, this trunk pin is actually part of the chassis because the rear goes onto that. It's in between, which is why it's so heavy. This is a unibody car, Jeeve. It's heavy. It's heavy because that's the structure. Okay, so that's leaning on the camera. That's not what I want at all. Okay. Okay, so I took the rear cross member off because this was making it rigid. I do not want it to be rigid right now, especially if it's bent. So now the only thing left is my little bracer that I put in here. Yeah, it's all part of the chassis, dude. It's unibody. That's what I don't know what it's called overseas or anything. All right. I'm cutting that bracing out. I'm cutting it out. We don't need it. No, take it. I don't need it. It's a very nice hat. You like that? Ah. Give me the cash. Yeah, come on now, give me the cash. Been here long? Is that a Z140? Alleviated titanium. New Charger Salt model. Yeah. Lucky for me, it's not loaded. What do you mean it's not loaded? You got to push the little yellow button to load it. Ah! It's a very dangerous gun. Probably just want to, let me hang on to it. No, take it. I don't need it. It's a very nice hat. You like that? Ah. Okay. So, this bracing has been in there for a good while, but I'm pretty sure we've proved that that is crooked. Frame rails are crooked. Basically meaning all of my leveling measurements are pretty bad. Because while it is level locally, it's not level all across. So, yeah, I'm going to remove the trunk pan again. I'm going to remove this trunk pan, and we are I'm going to cut the bracing out to level the frame rails. Any objections? And this is why this stream is called Trunk Pan Alignment and Trunk Pan Alignment and Trunk Pan Alignment and Trunk Pan Alignment. So there's our frame rails that we repaired. These things were the bane of my existence pretty much all summer. Yeah, no other choice. Yeah, XJ, that's really where it's at. Like, what are we gonna do? If it's crooked, it's crooked. We got to do it. It's yeah, whatever. It's metal. Like, dude, like, my mind is building this up as like some point of no return moment, right? But it really isn't. It's all fixable. It doesn't matter. All right. Headphone users, just be careful. I'm pretty sure the compressor is going to filter out this noise, but if it doesn't, just be careful. This gets loud. I'm going to remove the cardboard out of here. I don't really want this to be in an area that's going to have a lot of sparks, because we are about to shoot some sparks, that's for sure. Oh, wow. Did you see that? Look what happened when I took it off. Did you see the frame rail? It went bong, which means it was tensioned. Nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. That was holding it wrong. That was stressed metal. Cool. Excellent. Oh, that makes me so much happier. Did you guys see that? Did you see it move? So when I undid it, the metal immediately sprang back into its natural position, which means, yeah, it was holding it wrong. Yeah, it jumped. Cool. So that means we were right. That means okay. So that means I'm not dumb. And that means I'm looking at this right. I'm visually looking like that is correct. That was wrong. That's why the trunk pan isn't seating. Which is excellent. That's really good news. It definitely moved. Corbin, it moved. So here, let me bring up the other camera and I'll show you exactly what this just did. This tripod is so much nicer. It's really good for just getting a bunch of good shots. Really nice. It's just a little bit loose on the mounting, but I could probably adjust that out. All right, so let me switch the camera and let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. Look. All right, so remove the other side too before you put the tool away. Well, Raiden, I wanted to show you this. Look. So this piece was holding that. Look at that. Oh no. It was holding it like that. It's twisting it. See it twisting? If I get this to butt up where it was, it's twisting the entire rail. The whole rail. Oh, dude, here, let me show you how I'm manipulating this. Let me show you it from another angle. Oh, that's, yeah, okay. Cool. There's your misalignment. We found it. We found it. We found it. Oh, that's so nice. Also, just ignore that I welded that in crooked. That's okay. This tab can be a little crooked. That's not a problem. That was just me screwing up welding. But look at this. To get this thing back to where it was, look at how much you have to twist that damn rail to get it to move. Oh yeah, that was very wrong. Wow. Like, oh yeah, okay, so that's novice, me being a novice. That is on me. That's very much on me. Look at that movement. Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo, somebody had fun. It'll straighten out under load. Yeah, no. All right, so now what I want to do is manipulate that rail now that we can move it. And Raiden, you were wondering about ripping the other side off. Well, here. It was just a tack weld, dude. No big deal. That bracer is out. So now let's put that trunk pan in and let's see where this gets us. I'm going to move all the cameras out of the way so they don't get obliterated. And I'm getting the trunk pan and we're going to put the trunk pan back in. So manly, ripping it off with your bare hands. Yeah, look at it. I rip metal apart with my bare hands. Okay. Always gets stuck a little bit over here. And you say no big deal. Yeah, James, I'll check it across too. Yeah. Now is the time. I mean, everything's floating in 3D space. But yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to adjust it all back into position. There's only so many places that the frame rail can go. So I'm just trying to take a look over here. Right? Don't mind me, Mr. Quinn. I'm just a curious little rhino. The gap's better. It's better. Yeah, it's definitely better. It's still there, to be sure. But it is better. It seems like my leaf spring perch might be in a little bit out because I welded it in with that bracer bar. That's on me. That's just inexperience on my part. No problem. We could bend it. We can just do some slight bending into position, but dude, she is sitting way better. Like, I got to get the camera to show you. Let me switch it to the other camera. I'll show you. We bought it from OnlyPans, yeah. How's that? Look at that. Way better. You might want to rebuild the fender walls before you put it in perma. Well, my idea was to get the trunk pan in and centered and then build it and make it, like, spend my time measuring here and then locate everything else based off of that. Look at that. I mean, it's hard to tell on camera, but that's way better than it was. See that? See how flush that is? I mean, it's a little gacked right there, but that's mostly because I bent it. You can see where I bent it down. We can hammer that up into position. That ain't no thing. Oh, yeah. Way better. Way better. Holy crap. Here, let me show you the other side, just so you guys can see. For context. This side is still perfect. See, that side's seated exactly. The other side's a little bit, still a little out, but if you look up in here, see, there's no gap there. It's just a reflection. There ain't no gap there. Now let's go back over to the other side. Take a look up in there. The only gap is really where this thing isn't flat. The only gap is where that thing is a little tilted out, and that's probably for me because when I drilled the spot welds, I bent the frame rail flange down a little bit. But the gap is way better. I could fit like a whole towel in there before. You're definitely not doing that this time. Way better. I mean, the other thing is I'm going to clean up all this schmutz here too. We'll clean up all that. The only reason why I didn't is because the bracer bar was there. Now, one thing I'm a little bit worried about is over here, where I'm fairly confident because none of that was lined up. We didn't weld the leaf spring perch in straight because the frame rail was tilted, right? If I push the leaf spring up, it aligns, right? But this whole thing is down a little bit because the frame rail was tilted that way with the bracer bar. So if I welded it in level when it was tilted that way, we undo the bracer bar, things down a little bit. That's not that big of a deal. It's not that much of a problem. That we can bend around that tolerance right there. That's nothing. Dudes, I'm so happy that that's what it was. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy we found that, because that would have sucked. That would have sucked to fix. Now, I still think it's possible that this rail might be a little bit low. This whole rail. Yeah, once again, ignore how that's crooked. It kind of goes like that. The rail is straight. It's just my tab that I welded in there. I didn't get it exactly straight, but it's welded and it's not going anywhere. See what I mean? This is all, if we just kind of adjust that up a little bit, you know, let me get the jack out again. Hey, Beavis, look, I'm jacking it. Get that? Just up a little bit. How does that look? How does that tolerance look? Yeah, that's no good. Right there, there's a huge gap. See the shadow right there? That's no good. What about over here? All right, let's bring it down. Okay. Okay. Put the level on it. Yep. So, you guys want the level on it with the pan in or out? I mean, I don't feel like moving the pan, so we'll put the level on the thing with put the level on the thing with the trunk pan in. Let me get my long level. How do the pumper cross bracket holes align with the leaf spring perch holes now? Yeah, we got it. That's another thing we got to check, but here, there's the long level. So let me move. I think you gone done it. Let me raise that side a little bit. Okay, so it went to the left. So now let me lower it. That is, so hold up. That's with no jack. The jack is not touching the car anymore. Yeah, just drop it. Just drop it. Just drop it, idiot. Sure. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. Just hit the camera too while you're at it. You know, it's not like that costs money or anything, dickhead. How's that look? That is dead center. Yeah, wow. My bracing was holding that. You know what's really interesting to me? So let me just talk through what I think we're seeing here. You guys tell me if I'm right. So if I'm understanding this right, okay? The car was so rusty and so bent out of shape. I put that bracing in when the trunk pan was still in the car, which means that the thing was so rusty that it was starting to bend the entire thing. But the interesting thing is that getting rid of all of that and repairing the frame rail and restoring the structural integrity to that frame rail, like I said, metal's got a memory. It's spraying right back into position. Am I looking at that right? Like, am I understanding this correctly? That tells me that the old, that tells me that's not rust. That tells me that the floor pan was crooked in this car from the factory. That's what that tells me. Either that or doing burnouts in the shop and torquing the entire chassis bent the trunk pan metal when we were doing burnouts in here. We did burnouts, we torqued the rear end wants to turn, right? The two tires are like this because it's a solid rear axle, the whole thing wants to turn, and it's going to load up the chassis and it's going to bend it to one side. So we gacked the old trunk pan. That's my guess, because it was basically Swiss cheese. The torque from the rear wheels crooked the back of the car because it no longer had structural strength. That's my running theory, dude. I mean, because I put that bracing in when the old trunk pan was still in. And I just took the bracing out, which means that frame rail has moved from the position that it was in when I rolled the car into the shop. But now that it's moved, it moved out a little ways. Now that it's moved out a little ways, it gacked itself right back into position, and it's perfectly level, which, all right. And we're getting much, much better fitment. In fact, the only place we aren't getting fitment is the part of the leaf spring perch that I put in crooked. I probably should have been messing with the trunk. Messing with the trunk pan when we welded these things in. I probably should have tacked it in with the trunk pan mocked up. That probably would have been a good idea, but once again, that's inexperience. That's not like, or the car had an accident and it was bent. Well, you know what, Raiden? It's funny you mentioned that. Here. It's funny you mentioned that, dude. This is the rear bumper. I was testing out sandblasting the rear bumper. You can see that it's starting to get some shine back to it. But Raiden, look at it from this angle. See? See that? Oh, she was hit. It had a little bit of a bonk in the back. So it definitely had a little bit of a bonk over there too. See? Right there. It's hard to see it with the chrome. See right there and right there. Something hit this. So that may have gacked it a little bit. That's why it's called a bumper. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have to bend that all back into place because I'm not buying another bumper. This one is fine. We can bend it. It's metal. We'll bend it back into place. It's a little pitted on the back, but I'll sandblast it out. So the story of this car is starting to come together. It looks like it was bonked at some point. It was probably bonked when the frame rail was rusty and it bent the whole trunk pan and started to collapse the car in. We're taught in collision repair and finishing school that anything with less than 1/8 inch of tolerance on these older cars is perfect. Yeah, 1/8 inch tolerance is what the shop manual calls for, dude. But look at that, Tigris. How's that? I mean, we got to do more. We got to do more checking. We have to do more checking over, but our fitment all around is just 1,000 times better. Like, it's 1,000 times better. The only thing I'm a little worried about is the leaf spring perch on this side. We might have to check for some tolerances again here and there. Might have to hammer some stuff down to get that thing right. But dude, that's perfect, man. It's good. I'm pretty happy. I'm really happy that the rubber bushings won't care. Yeah, exactly. I'm not too incredibly worried about it. I'm just worried about getting it to plug, getting it to plug weld to the trunk pan. Now, the other thing I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to go back into the cabin of the car here, and I'm going to see if we're close. That's it right there. We're right up to that seam that I showed you. Right there. What just fell? What was that? Oh, the level. Okay. That scared me. Let me check the level again, dudes. Fall, whatever. It's not like it's a precise piece of equipment or anything, right? Let me just look and check again. Ah. All right, let me check it again. That's with me kind of holding this thing really in place. Dude, it's dead on balls. We're good. We're good. It's fine. Yeah, we're good. I'm going to put the rear cross back on, and then we'll check the level again. Oh, that's a super big load off that I found it. I'm pretty happy because that would have sucked to go chasing that. I'm happy that we found what it was. Wish my breathing wasn't Bork. I come down to Massachusetts and led some body expertise. Tigers, you can always supervise if you want. Dude, that's such a freaking load off. Honestly, I was really like, okay, people can call me a pussy. That's fine. You'd probably be right because I'm like worried, you know, I have trepidations here. I'm a little scared because it's like, dude, you took this car apart. Like, I always, like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, you're going to drive this car 70 miles an hour down the road, and you're going to do it with Bremo and Titan in the car. This has to be right. You can't screw this up. So to see a screw up and me figuring out exactly why it was gacked out and then fixing it, and now everything is aligned and everything is nice and level, huge load off to me, right? Who is Titan? Titan's my dog. Did I miss puppy or baby? No, not baby, not yet. Not yet. Trying. Titan is my puppers. He's not going to make too many appearances on stream right now, Reindeer, because he's not feeling too well. Titan has heartworms. It's a parasite that forms in a dog's heart, and if the parasite, like, if the dog is doing strenuous activity, it could break off and it could cause a blood clot, and he could die. Yeah. I like my dog. I don't want him to die, so he's not going to be on stream very much. But yeah, dude, you know, I just got to think, you know, you're going to drive this car. Well, so I said 70 miles an hour. For the kilometers an hour people, that's like 110 kph. You're going to drive this 110 down the road? Better be right. You better be right. You don't need this coming apart at the seams when you're driving down the road. You know? So that's why I'm a little scared to, you know, like do something with the car. It's like, oh, there's no undo button, blah, blah, blah. You know, like I don't want to, I want it to be right. It has to be perfect. It has to be. Like there's, you know, I get it, 1/8 inch tolerance. I get it. But, you know, we chased it and now that's right. And now I want to put the rear cross back on, or just fit the rear cross member and see how this all kind of comes together now. Now I'm wondering, because there was some misalignment with the rear cross member, and I was, in my mind, I was like, you know, that's not a big deal. That's not a big deal. No. You know, in many ways, I'm kind of happy that I kind of stewed on it for a little while. Like, just kind of thought about it for a little bit. Because, if I didn't and we'd just gone and started fitting up stuff and welding it in, it would have been wrong. A frame rail would have been stressed, and that's bad. That means the suspension would have been gacked going down the road. It would have been pretty badly, actually. At the very worst, you start screwing up bushings very, very easily because you're screwing with suspension geometry. But now, what I want to do, I did have some fitment problems with this. So where the frame rails come in, there's a little hole in this. That's where one of the bumper bracket bolts goes. These weren't aligned to my frame rails. And I thought like, oh, that's just me not welding it in correctly. I didn't weld the frame rail extension in correctly. No big deal. But now I know why. It's because one of the frame rails was bent. It was bent inwards and rolled a little bit. It was yawed in and rolled. So it wasn't lining up. Now let's look. Now let's see what this looks like. Actually, that's not I don't want to use the Vivitar for that. Let's use this camera. There we go. Let me get my clamps. I don't want to use the self-tappers because the self-tappers that I used to put this thing in could be wrong, because I self-tappered them in when the frame rail was crooked. Let me move you guys to oh, yeah, of course it went. Yeah, why wouldn't it? Sorry about that. I should have checked it. Now, give me the level. Yep. 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 Yeah, we weren't straight.
Oh, this is space.
Oh!
I'm in space.
Space! Kyron gifted a sub to Fawn. Thank you. Yeah. I had some bracket misalignment over here, and now it's lining up perfect. There was just some slight misalignment. Good. Yeah, my self-tapper holes weren't right. They're not, none of them are lining up. Oh, dude, if we start messing with the tabs up there, we can get this perfect. It'd be perfect. Like I can get it perfect. What's keeping me from aligning it fully is it's the trunk. The trunk is holding the frame rail tabs. All right, hold up. Let me get some of my magnets. How do they work? Just gonna put some magnets in here just to get the trunk to sit up. Now let me take a look. What is screwing us up here? The leaf spring perch. Oh, wow. Dudes, you gotta come see this. Oh my goodness. You gotta see this. Look. So, look down here. You gotta see what I see. I don't know if this is gonna show up on camera, but look at the tab. Focus. That's the tab from the left rear leaf spring, from the driver's side rear. Look at that. Can you see it? Look. I'm gonna kill that damn crooked if I find it. It's crooked's pissing me off. That is how crooked that frame rail was with that bracing. Look at that. See how this side is way higher than that side? Oh my goodness. Here, let me move the camera down just a little bit. Look at that. Now, when I hammered that piece down onto the rear cross member, it was level. I hammered this into position. And when I did, the cross was level. Oh my gosh, that would have been so bad. I am so happy we figured that one out. Oh, and that, if you look, so see this hole right here? See that? If you look, you can see some of the leaf spring perch. You can see some of the gray. And that being bent is what's preventing us from aligning. Oh, wow. Yeah, we were way off. We were way off. Oh, that makes me feel so much better, dude. Yeah, we found it. Oh, man, I was starting to get worried about this project, dude. I was like, what did I get wrong? What did I get wrong? All right, hold on. Let me bend that tab up because nothing is aligned again now. I'm going to get my patented Metal Bender 5000 here. I'm bending it up and out of the way because I'm trying to align this piece. What I'm really looking for with alignment, come on. What I'm looking for with alignment is to get those kidney-shaped holes, these things all lined up. Now, say we got to get them aligned. You could see this is my old hole, right? Look at how far it is off. Hold on, just got to set that down for a moment. what I'm going to do is just bend my other tabs up so they're out of the way to get us aligned, because these on the assembly line, these would have been hammered over the cross member. So once again, got my metal bender 5000. It's very good. Just bend it up and out of the way. Get the light so you guys can see what the hell's going on here. So now, let's move this up. Whoa. Oh, it must have slid around on the other clamp. Hold on. Right there. Sorry. One of the clamps is stuck on the tripod. Hold on. Right there is perfect. That is pretty freaking good alignment, dudes. Look, and this bracket was out before. The bracket was ending right there, and now it's not. Oh, that is money. We got it to fit, dudes. Yes. All right. Now, I got to do the same thing on the other side. Just bear with me here. Wrist. Oh, we misaligned a little bit. Misaligned over there. Damn. All right, well, we know this side can fit, so let me just undo that for a second. This isn't working. So I'm going to do to the other side. Hold on. That's the guard. I'm going to bend these tabs up. The tabs that I put on the back of the frame rail. I'm going to bend them up so we can realign this piece. You have to get this aligned to the frame rail, to the holes. And now I'm wondering, if we do get it all aligned, are my bolt holes lined up with my frame rails? Yes, yes they are. Oh, it's mint. Guys, it's perfect. Oh, everything, we knocked it into position. Everything is right. So nice, dude. This fitment is better than the damn factory. Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You got to get, there's 2 of these kidney-shaped holes. You got to get them to line up. Now that one, it's not exact, but it's, that's pretty damn close. Now let's check the other side, dudes. Something is preventing us from getting that last bit. Something is preventing us from aligning. I think it might be the tab. Let me bend that tab out. It's this guy up here. Got a block of wood to wedge in there. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I mean, ow! We should take the trunk fan out before we do this. Yeah, it's the tab. It's the tab up there. Yeah, that was the, if you were wondering, that was the trunk pan falling off of the magnet and falling onto my fingers. You know, that's good. It's not exact, but the other thing is that I know that bracket isn't completely straight. The part came not completely straight. So that's yeah, that's on, it's on AMD for not welding that bracket in correctly. All right. Bing bong, it's 5 o'clock. Yeah, ask me if I care. I'm on a breakthrough here. I don't. Give me 1 second, creep. I really want to finish this, dude. We're close. I do not want to stop. I want to get these tolerances right. Because yeah, we're on a roll. And now, Chief, I'm on a frickin' roll. That's fair, just letting you know. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. And also, frick you, Baltimore! How's that? That's pretty close. Once again, it's that tab. The gray, see the gray right there? You can still see a little bit of it. I know that that's not right. It's about as good as that's going to get given the freaking clearances we have here. Okay, I got to put those magnets, how do they work, back in here. Because we need to bend, I need to bend those tabs down back over this. The other thing is, let me get the pan back up in the air. And I'm going to use one of my smaller levels on the center here. Check for alignment. That's way off. Oh, that's way off, man. What the hell? Why is that so bad all of a sudden? We're not level. Keep in mind that that's the small level. The fidelity of measurement of level might not be exact. Where's the metal bender 5000? What I'm doing now is I'm bending the tabs back down into position. What the heck is wrong with this thing now? Come on, man. Oh. The Tigers, don't worry about it. It's fine. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it, man. I got clamps. We got clamps for days, dude. Don't worry about it. You know what? Screw that level. I'm taking the trunk pan out. Let's do this right. Let's get the big level, do this right. But in order to do it, I got to take the pan out. I don't want to sit there and just keep dicking around with the pan crushing my fingers. So. Okay, cool. Now that that's out, frame rails are floating in 3D space. Tabs are all bent up. It'll be easier to get the tabs right this time. All right. So get that out of here. Put it over there. All right. So what we got to do, can we line those up? Yeah. Got to do this, and when we do, we got to make sure we don't gack any of these frame rails. So what I'll do, sorry that if that was loud, I don't know if the mic picked it up or not. What I'm going to do is put a level. I'm putting a level on the leaf spring perches, and that will show if we move these rails around. Or it could just fall, whatever. What does the leaf spring perch do? The leaf spring perch is, well, okay, it's a perch for the leaf spring. What is the leaf spring doing? The leaf spring is your rear suspension. This holds the back of the suspension together, guys. It's very important that this is straight. This has to be right. It has to be perfect. This all has to be perfectly level. And if I get this perfectly level, then the rest of the car will just fall into place. There's a reason why I'm putzing around with this thing a lot. Yeah, just a little bit down. Okay, guys, here, look. So if I let the jack go down, look, yep, okay. We bring the jack up just a smidge, right there. We're level, right? And just a little bit more. Is that good? Okay. Okay, she's still good. To the very back. Ooh. Well, at the very back, we went out big time. We're way out of spec on the back. Wow, that's bad. Huh. It's higher over here, which, okay. All right, that tells me that I gotta move the jack a little bit. Oh. Getting rid of it makes it level. The hell? But not there. And there, it's a little bit to one side. Huh. Well, that's weird. Okay, I mean, for the most part, we're in the bars, so. Surely it wasn't level to begin with. Well, Aurora, that's why I had a bracer bar in here, and I cut it out because I was suspecting that the bracer bar was holding this thing in the wrong position. The problem is, I think I welded my leaf spring, my rear suspension mounts, the leaf spring perches. I'm pretty sure I welded them in. Well, not pretty sure. I welded them in with the frame rail this way. You see? Can you see that movement? Here. I welded it in with the frame rail like that. So it's a little bit, and I did my frame rail repair up there with that thing like that too. Oh, no wonder this thing is so weird. It's not by much. We're chasing probably about 1/8 of an inch. So we're in tolerance. This isn't spec. I'm pretty sure this would work from the factory. They would be like, yep, send it. Yeah, I'm fairly confident they'd just be like, yeah, we don't care. Go. Dude, does that cricket... I'm going to find that damn cricket. Crickets keep sneaking in my garage somehow. And it's pissing me off. It's so annoying. I see you, you bastard. Oh, yeah, you shut up now. That's weird. There's two! There's another. I have no idea how they get in here. Well, I got one. Yeah, it's very weird. Yeah, being soaked in brake clean. That kind of sucks, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, you ain't chirping no more, you piece of sh... Yeah, here, have a brake clean shower. You made me spaghetti? Nice. There are more of you. Yeah, sorry, I needed to... That was pissing me off. Okay, needed to take care of that. All right. Let's go again. I see where she's hitting. It's hitting the weird tab. This thing was welded in weird from the factory. Not from this is the aftermarket panel now. Cricket's back. Just wanted to let everybody know that he's still here. Okay, cool. Took care of that. Now that should be out of the way. Okay, just got to bend up some tabs over here. Metal Bender 5000 is really doing work today, guys. All right. Now I just got to figure out where the heck these things are hitting. All right. Get the jack, and I'm going to have the jack hold up the cross member. There it is. Now, where's one of my small levels? Here we go. Says we're out a little bit. I almost want like a thick screw to go through these holes to get them right. But no, I had it. It moved. Ah. Come on. Okay. Okay. Where's the other Craig? I got it. Let me take the jack out of the equation here. All right. That was me. I did that on purpose. Almost got it. So I'm just realigning this rear cross member, guys. I'm doing this because we aligned it previously to a bent frame rail that was out of spec. So this one isn't. Oh, that's way off. Hold on. Huh. Okay, I'm convinced that this side is okay. Okay. Now to just get this side right, we're aligning to a bent frame rail, a bent frame rail bracket. I'm just trying to figure out what's hitting, because something is preventing me from aligning this. There's a piece of metal in the way somewhere, and I'm trying to figure out where it is. Remember when I was all like, oh, yeah, I really want to see what this means. What does a car mean when it's too far gone? Like how long, oh, we'll get this done by the end of the summer. Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, it'll be great. Yeah, no, that's great. That's a great timeline. Everything will be super good and stuff. You guys remember that? That was nice. That was cool, remember? Now that's misaligned. Misaligned the other side. Ah. Man. Oh, you may be correct. You're also learning a lot. Yeah. Is it straight from top to bottom? I don't know what that means. Top to bottom. I'm sorry, the frickin' cricket noise is pissing me off. I can't focus with frickin' these things chirping in the background. Crickets are gonna make me go insane. It's like that episode of Breaking Bad with the frigging flies. Oh, we're way out. It's not even close. Maybe we do need to do this with the trunk pan on. I don't know, guys. You want to keep going? Or should we do space news? You can't even hear it. I know you can't hear it. Keep going. You have spaghetti waiting for you, just saying. Yeah, you're not wrong. All right, let me get the self-tappers. We know that the right frame rail was a little bit strange, the driver's side. So what I'll do is I'll pick up on my self-tapper holes that I put on this one. Right? And we'll work off that because we know that's a good point of reference. Where did I put my drill? Dude, that cricket is so loud. It's like reverberating in the shop. Whenever I walk near him, he stops making noise because he's a dick. Shut up! Dick. And you guys can't even hear it, so I probably sound like a freaking complete nut bar. But then again, I kind of am. So, I mean, you see what I'm doing on the screen, right? Like, Put that level out on the leaf spring. And then I'm going to put my other, where's the other one? It's over on my desk. Time is it? 5:30? All right. Yeah, I'm going to have to get more at this a little bit later. Give me one of my other clamps. Cool. These are the clamps that Article got for me, Article 5 in chat. Thanks, man. Big help. Dude, I don't mean to sound like stupid, but these clamps, man, they have some freaking clamping force. Clamps have clamping force. I know. Shocking revelation from your boy. Okay, that side's level. Now you, what do you got over here? We got a lot of them. It's pretty damn close, dudes. But yeah, we were definitely misaligned. So I have a level on each leaf spring perch. And yeah, it looks like getting them to line up here is a really getting these brackets to line up is a real big thing to do. Get them right. So that level's in the bars. This one is to the left bar. The big level, the Pittsburgh, that's a mid frame rail is good. The level on the left leaf spring is good. And my brackets seem to be fitting a lot better now. Like the tabs that I made are kind of equidistant. And are my holes centered on the frame rails? The holes for the bumper bolts. Yeah, they're pretty straight. Might be to the left just a little bit off, just a little smidge off the center line. So I think that's pretty good, dudes. You're not going to get that any straighter. That's spot on. So Tigris, let me show you where the level, let me show you the levels. So the right, so, all right, right here, There's just a smidge of gray that you can see. It's pretty damn close. I'm going to chalk that one up to this bracket being wrong. If you look, see this flange piece right here, Tigris, and then see that? That should be aligned to that. It's not. It's low. This whole piece is kind of tilted a little bit. We knew that, so we'll take that into account there. The bumper bracket piece, you could see where I marked it previously and where it is now. See how it has a little bit of a gap there? That's right. That's how it was. It wasn't like that before, but that's how it is now. Now the level over there, real straight. The right leaf spring perch, bang on. Now we move to the center here. That's just a little teeny weeny bit off. It's just a little bit. Looks a little warm in there, remember fluids. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're in the gaps, right? Can I steal total nut bar? Yeah, go ahead. Now the one back there, the big level, here, I'll move you guys over there so you can see it. That's the big level on the frame rails. That one's pretty good. All right, that one's okay. We could probably dial in over here just a little bit more to really get this thing in line. I think that's what I'm going to do. There. That's good. Nope. Exact. You got access to sandbags. We used to put sandbags in each corner of the car to simulate the weight. Did you see the SpaceX tweet? I haven't. I've been under my car and then fixing my stupid streaming setup for the last couple of hours, dude. Hang on, metal bender. It's hitting one of the tabs. That's why I can't get it aligned. That's it. I got it. That one's in the bubble.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Come on. Almost there. Almost got the center. It's like my self-tappers. We're pretty close. Self-tapper hole is lining up. When I line up that hole, everything goes level. So, get the self-tapper. Okay. More progress. Honk for Hank. What's up, man? Diagon's Zen Station Boost demo is successful. Thank you. Cool. Right on. Everything is level except for the crossbar. And I can get that level if we just bend this. How did that knock it out? What the hell? Come on. It's not aligned. I need more time with this, dudes. We're out of time. I need more time with this. I really wish I had. Really wish the setup decided to cooperate today, but it didn't. So, yeah. I'm not getting frustrated. I'm just, it's the time, dude. It's time. Got to keep time. I'm already super late for Space News. I was 3 hours late for the auto stream. You know, I'm not getting frustrated with this. I could sit here and fiddle with this all night. It wouldn't bother me. I just can't get it to align. It's close. We're super close, but once again, I think welding that stupid leaf spring in wrong really kind of got me. I got. Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna mock this up and I'll fiddle with this tomorrow. Is there a lot of Space News? Do you check your levels for calibration? No. No, I don't. Maybe you should cut it out. Nothing that cut out the leaf spring? Yeah, maybe. Really not looking to undo work here, Clayton, but yeah. Those freaking crickets, dude, I swear to God. It's so loud. It's audible. Like be happy that the noise gate's filtering it out. It's really goddamn annoying. I killed one of them. Got to find the other one and get him. Yeah. All right. Well, we're close. We're close. That's the thing. We're close to getting this right. It's almost there. Almost there. Let me pick my nose. It is coming through. Trying to find him. Hey, shut the hell up. Stupid thing. Your wireless network sucks. Anyway. All right. Yeah. Well, we have a lot more play with this, and that's good with the rails. I've gotten 3 out of 4 levels pretty much spot on. They're pretty damn good. Pretty damn good to go. Yeah. We'll, yeah, they always come in here in late August, early September. It was like this last year. Well, at least we know what we were chasing with this, which is good. Had I had more experience, I would have lined up both leaf spring perches to the rear cross member. Before I welded them under the frame rails, I would have self-tapered them to the cross member and then welded the frame rails in. So it all kind of went in as one piece. But yeah, that's truck driving, man. We'll get it. We got the right side dialed in. Right side's good to go. I'm pretty happy with that over there. Oh, I want to keep going. Damn it. But we got space news to do, so let me go take a shower, and yeah, we'll go from there. How do I shut this setup off? Oh wait, I can just walk right back to the shop. I mean to the office. Nice. Skip space news? Nah, ARJ, there's some good stuff to talk about. I'll come in early tomorrow. I'll come in early tomorrow and work on this. I mean, we're pretty close right now. It's real close. All the levels, guys, all 4 of the levels are in. They're in the rails. It's just that back one right there. See how it's just a little bit to the left? That's what I'm chasing. I'm chasing like maybe a couple of degrees. Yeah, MK, I'm going to try to do an early stream tomorrow. Or I might just do the rest of this off stream. You guys get the idea. And I'll just update you with the results. Yeah. All right. Anyway, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to jog the YouTube VOD. Yeah, you guys know the drill. I'll be back. We'll start space. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. Space News is going to start late. Give me 6:30. And I'll see you then. I'll be right back. Stand by for loss of signal from the garage, as expected.